Hello.
The Indian Navy. Indian in name. Indian in blood. Indian in spirit. And now, even Indian in make. Through the decades, the Indian Navy has been on a voyage of indigenization, truly embodying the spirit of Make in India for India. Increasing self-reliance in mission-critical infrastructure and systems to ensure that we are truly Atmanirbhar in our mission to protect the maritime borders of India.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान के तहत देश का लक्ष्य भारत को अपने दम पर दुनिया की बड़ी सैन्य ताकत बनाने का है.
And now we are all set for the next leg of this epic journey, moving on from self-reliance to indigenization and innovation towards nation building. A holistic approach that can create an ecosystem where innovation is nurtured and sustained, maintaining a nationwide outreach with all stakeholders, hand-holding our MSMEs and startups through every step of the way, actively engaging and inspiring young creative minds as well as the academia, being an active participant in national programs like Gati Shakti, giving wings to Government of India's Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat initiatives by setting up Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization or the NIIO to foster this culture of innovation.
I am delighted that the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization or the NIIO and the Defense Innovation Organization, the DIO, have come together for collaboratively working on IDEX Sprint. This initiative is aimed at inducting at least 75 indigenous technologies and products into the Indian Navy as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav.
And the results? More than 7,000 items have been indigenized. 39 platforms are currently under construction in Indian shipyards. 4,500 plus items have been introduced into the inventory. More than 500 items of indigenization are in progress. Rupees 500 crore plus items under development with the Make in India schemes. Multiple patents filed for indigenous designs. And now, niche products are also being evaluated for export potential. This is but the beginning of this journey. There are more seas to conquer, more horizons to explore. From directed energy weapons to EM guns to quantum communication. Come, join hands with the Indian Navy towards nation building through innovation and indigenization. We can promise you that this is going to be a voyage to remember.
Together we can, together we will.
On the open sea, no 2 days are the same. Change is constant. New challenges emerge. The sea is a hard taskmaster. And extraordinary is every day. The Indian Navy responds swiftly, charting new horizons, finding new solutions, being extraordinary every ordinary day. For the Indian Navy, a combat-ready, credible and cohesive force, it is always business unusual. When we were tested, we refused to let this journey end. That we did not turn back, nor did we falter. We carried forth seafaring to make the seas safer for India and the world. 50 years ago, in the year 1971, the Navy, along with the Army and the Air Force, fought a decisive war on two fronts: liberating Bangladesh, securing our borders decisively. Today, as the flame of victory travels the land, we celebrate the occasion as Swarnim Vijay Varsh. The Prime Minister flagged off the flame, a symbol of the supreme sacrifice of our gallant men and the bonds of brotherhood forged with the people of Bangladesh. Commemorating those unusual times and celebrating with them that decisive victory, on Bangladesh Liberation Day, INS Sumedha and INS Kulish made a port call at the historic Mongla port. Business unusual is the way of the Navy. A blue water navy, one of the largest in the world, tasked with ensuring national security and interests, strengthening international cooperation and building bridges of friendship, protecting and promoting maritime security, undertaking search and rescue operations, delivering humanitarian aid, disaster relief, operating from below, on the surface, in the air, and from space. COVID-19 was a black swan. The second wave of the pandemic made 2021 a Sisyphean year for all humanity. The challenge unprecedented, the rule book inadequate. Yet, for the Navy, it was just another day. Business unusual. Writing new protocols, engineers became inventors. Developing oxygen plants on wheels. Designing new oxygen recycling systems in-house. Repairing oxygen plants that boosted production in states. Extending succor through Operation Samudra Setu to ship liquid oxygen and supplies for our citizens. The Oxygen Express boosted this effort, extending a hand of friendship through supplies to neighbors, supporting civil administration, vaccinating frontline defense personnel on a war footing, looking outwards when the natural tendency is to look inwards. Sagar, the Prime Minister's vision for security and growth for all in the IOR region, steamed ahead. Food aid, disaster relief, humanitarian assistance to the peoples of Madagascar, Comoros, Cambodia, and Vietnam. 2021 became a year of service for the Navy, helping our friends and countrymen the new normal. Multiple missions responded to SOSs from Cyclone Tokte. Hundreds of lives saved across multiple search and rescue operations. Diving and flood relief teams in Odisha and West Bengal asserted the Navy's benign influence in Cyclone Yas. The Indian Navy sprang into action when an Indonesian submarine went missing, one of a select band of nations to possess niche capability to deploy a deep submergence rescue vehicle, DSRV. India mobilized DSRV at a very short notice. Systems and equipment failed on the MV Nayan, a cargo ship in the Gulf of Oman. Engineers from INS Talwar responded, restored functionality in a matter of hours. The merchant vessel Express Pearl caught fire off the coast of Sri Lanka. Responding swiftly, the Navy deployed INS Sarvekshak to assist with rescue operations. Later, survey motorboats and integral sensors were also used to locate the vessel's sunken containers. An unusual year and an unusual global environment provided many opportunities for new partnerships and the reinforcement of old ones. Varuna 2021 witnessed great scope and participation of both the navies of India and France. INS Pralay docked in Abu Dhabi for NAVDEX and IDEX 2. Corpat provided opportunities for proactive patrolling to India and Indonesia, and interoperability between the navies of India and Thailand. UNAV 4 Joint Naval Exercise, an opportunity for aligning interests in counter-piracy and security. Passage exercises were conducted with the US and with the Royal Navy in the Bay of Bengal. The navies of the IOR Littoral participated in the 7th Indian Ocean Naval Symposium at La Reunion. The Malabar Naval Exercises off Guam enhanced relations between the US, Japan, Australia and India. The tri-service exercise, Konkan Shakti, showcased maritime cooperation between India and the UK, ensuring strategic stability and a positive climate at sea. The Navy's approach to business unusual was underlined again through India's determined march towards self-reliance or Atmanirbharta and indigenous shipbuilding. The sea trial.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting shortly. May I request all of you to kindly either switch off your mobile phones or keep them in silent mode. Thank you.
The Indian Navy. Indian in name. Indian in blood. Indian in spirit. And now, even Indian in make. Through the decades, the Indian Navy has been on a voyage of indigenization, truly embodying the spirit of Make in India for India. Increasing self-reliance in mission-critical infrastructure and systems to ensure that we are truly Atmanirbhar in our mission to protect the maritime borders of India.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान के तहत देश का लक्ष्य भारत को अपने दम पर दुनिया की बड़ी सैन्य ताकत बनाने का है.
And now we are all set for the next leg of this epic journey, moving on from self-reliance to indigenization and innovation towards nation building. A holistic approach that can create an ecosystem where innovation is nurtured and sustained, maintaining a nationwide outreach with all stakeholders, hand-holding our MSMEs and startups through every step of the way, actively engaging and inspiring young creative minds as well as the academia, being an active participant in national programs like Gati Shakti, giving wings to Government of India's Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat initiatives by setting up Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization or the NIIO to foster this culture of innovation.
I am delighted that the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization or the NIIO and the Defense Innovation Organization, the DIO, have come together for collaboratively working on IDEX Sprint. This initiative is aimed at inducting at least 75 indigenous technologies and products into the Indian Navy as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav.
And the results? More than 7,000 items have been indigenized. 39 platforms are currently under construction in Indian shipyards. 4,500 plus items have been introduced into the inventory. More than 500 items of indigenization are in progress. Rupees 500 crore plus items under development with the Make in India schemes. Multiple patents filed for indigenous designs. And now, niche products are also being evaluated for export potential. This is but the beginning of this journey. There are more seas to conquer, more horizons to explore. From directed energy weapons to EM guns to quantum communication. Come, join hands with the Indian Navy towards nation building through innovation and indigenization. We can promise you that this is going to be a voyage to remember.
Together we can, together we will. Let us make it happen.
the open sea. No 2 days are the same. Change is constant. New challenges emerge. The sea is a hard taskmaster. And extraordinary is every day. The Indian Navy responds swiftly, charting new horizons, finding new solutions, being extraordinary every ordinary day. For the Indian Navy, a combat-ready, credible and cohesive force, it is always business unusual. When we were tested, we refused to let this journey end. That we did not turn back, nor did we falter. We carried forth seafaring to make the seas safer for India and the world. 50 years ago, in the year 1971, the Navy, along with the Army and the Air Force, fought a decisive war on 2 fronts. Liberating Bangladesh, securing our borders decisively. Today, as the flame of victory travels the land, we celebrate the occasion as Swarnim Vijay Varsh. The Prime Minister flagged off the flame, a symbol of the supreme sacrifice of our gallant men and the bonds of brotherhood forged with the people of Bangladesh. Commemorating those unusual times and celebrating with them that decisive victory, on Bangladesh Liberation Day, INS Sumedha and INS Kulish made a port call at the historic Mongla port.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I now please request everyone to settle down. We'll be starting the proceedings. May I now request the esteemed dignitaries to please take the stage for the inaugural session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lieutenant Commander Ishant Panwar from the Technology Development Acceleration Cell, or the TDAC, which is the enabler and coordinator for the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, abbreviated as NIIO. We at TDAC believe in the motto, it is better to have a capability and not need it, rather than to need a capability and not have it. On that note, let us begin the day's proceedings. At the outset, I take this opportunity to brief all of you about the events planned for the day. An inaugural session followed by interactive session on innovation shall be convened till 1110, followed by a half-an-hour tea break. Sessions on armament and aviation are planned till lunch break at 1345. The fourth interactive session on indigenization, followed by the plenary session, is planned post-lunch. Without any further delay, may I now request Rear Admiral Vineet McCarty, Assistant Chief of the Naval Staff Requirements, to deliver the welcome address.
Admiral R. Hari Kumar, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Dr. Ajay Kumar, Defense Secretary, Vice Admiral Satish Ghormade, Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Sandeep Nathani, Chief of Material, Shri Bajpayee, Joint Secretary, Department of Defense Protection, Shri S.P. Shukla, President SIDM, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Chief of the Naval Staff, it is my very proud privilege to extend a very warm welcome to each one of you for this maiden Naval Innovation and Indigenization Seminar. The seminar, which is spread over 2 days, will see participation of industry, academia, policymakers, government officials, our comrade in arms from the sister services, DRDO, Coast Guard, students, and of course, the users. During the day, eminent speakers from the academia and the industry, in addition to the government and Navy officials, will share their views on innovation and indigenization. The second day has been reserved for outreach to the Indian Ocean region so that the capability of the Indian industry can be showcased to the IOR countries in accordance with government's articulated vision of Sagar. We expect participation over 30 countries in a hybrid mode from the IOR and even beyond to come together with us in this endeavor. Through this seminar, we reach out to academia, industry, and indeed to every stakeholder in our quest for Atmanirbharta. This is a collaborative effort, and I would like to acknowledge the steadfast support that we have received from our partners in this endeavor. We are collaborating with the Defense Innovation Organization and have signed a memorandum of understanding to develop 75 technologies into naval applications in a time-bound manner over the next year. These challenges will be launched at the end of the seminar. The Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers has been a close partner not only for this event, but indeed for all our outreach to the defense industry, including through monthly interactions, which is a very popular platform for exchanging ideas. We have received overwhelming response for this seminar. As we speak, we are joined by the viewers from every naval station in various auditoriums across the country. Many more would watch it over the Indian Navy YouTube channel, where it is also being streamed live. We hope that discussion during the seminar would also be equally stimulating and throw up concrete ideas that we can implement. Once again, welcome aboard, and thank you all for joining us.
May I now call Dr. Ajay Kumar, Defense Secretary, to deliver the inaugural address.
Good morning, friends. Admiral Hari Kumar, Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Ghormade, Vice Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Ashok Kumar, National Marine Security Coordinator, Vice Admiral Nathani, Chief of Materials, Shri Anurag Bajpai, Joint Secretary Defense Department of Defense Production, Rear Admiral Vineet Makati, President of SIDM, Shri S.P. Shukla, distinguished guests, captains of industry, sparkling stars of startups, colleagues, friends. Today is distinctly a unique day. It is unique and in some way historic as well. Today, we will be witnessing the launch of nearly 100 challenges in the naval domain with the goal of having at least 75 indigenous new technologies developed in our country. During the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we expect that by December 2023, we will have these technologies with us. Why this day is unique and historic is because, first of all, this ushers the scaling up of the IDEX initiative with which many of you are today familiar. Launched by Honorable Prime Minister in April 2018, IDEX has several achievements which has marked its journey in the last 4 years. Within last 4 years, 90 challenges have been offered, and many of those challenges in a short period have resulted in technologies and production which are today getting inducted into the services. It is remarkable that in a period of about 2.5 to 3 years, 14 different technologies and solutions which have been developed by startups are today forming part of our armory or our fleet, whatever the case may be. This is unprecedented in times when we have seen that development of indigenous technologies would take 10 years, 8 years, 12 years, sometimes more. The second remarkable thing which IDEX has introduced is the cost at which these innovations have happened. The 90 challenges that have so far underway, out of which 14 are today in process of induction, many of you would be surprised to know that the total expenditure on part of the government is to the tune of between 50 to 60 crores only. Again, in defense, where we are used to hearing hundreds and thousands of crores, it seems surprising and in fact nearly unbelievable that such a thing could happen in our own country. And to that extent, I would like to applaud, first of all, the efforts of our startups in having created a wave of innovation and energy, which has, today we are seeing a new optimism with respect to Atmanirbharta and a new wave of transformation in new technologies. But why this is unique and historic today is because, like I mentioned, in the last 3 years, 90 challenges have been offered under IDEX. But today, we are looking at taking a quantum jump. From 90 challenges in 3 years, on this platform today itself, 100 challenges or so are getting launched, and which means that the scale is going to change dramatically. In fact, over the next 2 years, IDEX proposes to throw up 500 challenges, and that would be something which would provide tremendous amount of innovation energy throughout our startup ecosystem. The second reason why this today is unique and historic is a lot of work in challenges that have been given in the past was taken by Defense Innovation Organization, of course with the support of the services. But today we are seeing a remarkable transformation to that as well. I would like to mention here that the leadership that Indian Navy has shown in organizing this event and offering 100 challenges to the startups is remarkable and shows the determination of Indian Navy to go ahead on the journey of Atmanirbhar Bharat without any questions. And third reason why this is unique and historic, we have somehow over the years linked indigenization with catching up. We wanted to do things which have been done or which are available on other equipment, armor platforms. For the first time, we are today not looking to catch up. We are today looking to create technologies which are contemporary, best in class, and which have not been inducted in the services so far. And for this again, I would like to compliment the Indian Navy for having taken this initiative. It is today the technologies which we are creating will not only be relevant from our Indian context, but we will be in a position to offer them to large number of countries who are similarly friendly foreign countries who have similar requirements. And this is something which will be unique and historic when Indian developed technologies we are going and offering to friendly foreign countries. That would see the true maturity of our defense industry ecosystem. And in all these fronts, the kind of initiative, I remember General Khandare is here. We had a discussion in less than about 2 months back, and that can we have a program like this? And within 15 days, the response that we received from Navy was remarkable. And in a matter of about 1.5 months, we have seen this event being created. It's amazing to see both the speed and scale at which this event has been organized. Today, friends, when we have here the captains of industry, I just want to mention that in a great transformation, government has today increasingly started inviting and involving industry in development of defense production ecosystem. And when we say defense production ecosystem, it involves research and development. This year's budget speech specifically mentioned that defense R&D will be opened up to industry. And it is in this regard that we are now looking at defense industry not only for small technologies, but for big platforms itself. And it is in this regard, some of the most challenging items which have continued to remain a matter of import for all of us are now going to be taken up for indigenization. I would like, from a Navy perspective, and which all our naval friends, many of you know this, those who don't would be very happy to hear, that we are today in advanced stage of now going to start a process which will create marine diesel engine within the country. And this will be done with industry participation. This is something we have continuously depended on import for a large part, and we would be able to create marine diesel engines for our naval requirements, and the process will be started shortly. Similarly, we are also in advanced stage of starting a process where heavy helicopters for requirements of all the three services, Army, Navy, and Air Force, 10-ton plus weight helicopter will be designed and developed with the involvement of the industry, with the participation of industry. Therefore, I want to say and conclude by saying that increasingly, as we are involving industry in development of new defense requirements, we don't see industry anymore as vendors. We increasingly see them as partners in innovation, partners in progress, and partners in the defense of the country. And therefore, I think it is very heartening to see that an event like this, to take up 100 new challenges, 100 new technologies, 100 new products is being taken up today. And I cannot thank enough the Indian Navy, the leadership which Chief of Naval Staff has provided to this whole event. And I wish this event, with my bottom of my heart, I wish them all the best and great success. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
May I now invite Vice Admiral S.N. Ghormade, PVSM, AVSM, NM, ADC, Vice Chief of Naval Staff, to deliver the keynote address.
Admiral Hari Kumar, Chief of the Naval Staff, Dr. Ajay Kumar, Defense Secretary, Admiral Karamveer Singh, Chairman NMF, Vice Admiral Ashok Kumar, National Maritime Security Coordinator, Admiral Naithani, Chief of Material, Shri Anurag Vajpayee, Joint Secretary, Department of Defense Production, Admiral McCarty, Flag Officers, Shri S.P. Chukla, President SIDM, distinguished guests, doyens from the industry, serving and retired officers, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a matter of distinct honor and proud privilege for me here to deliver the keynote address for this NIO seminar, Swavlamban. At the outset, I want to thank the Defense Secretary and the Department of Defense Production and our industry partners for this opportunity for close interaction with the industry players, policymakers, academia, research and development organizations, startups, think tanks. This is to identify areas of mutual interest in developing niche technology and enhance participation in the Navy's indigenization program. Such efforts with the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, viewed in the context of our maritime strategy, offer a unique opportunity for the industry in contributing towards transforming our Navy and also enhancing the maritime security of our nation. Indian Navy's foray into the indigenization began over 5 decades ago with the design and construction of warships in our country. As on date, apart from 39 of our state-of-the-art ships and submarines under construction in Indian shipyards, many indigenization projects are progressing. That's a clear reflection of the Navy's enduring progress towards self-reliance and nation building at large. The Navy has further strengthened its resolve to indigenously build more capable and versatile platforms. The Indian private industry today is poised for much greater involvement in the defense sector and possesses the requisite skills and infrastructure for undertaking defense production. The Atmanirbhar thrust of the government has created an atmosphere of collaborative approach between Indian Navy and the industry, with the understanding that both are equal partners. Currently, we are hand-holding 40+ startups towards development of niche technologies within the country. In addition, we are also actively involved with 20+ different academia and universities to take advantage of the bright, intelligent, young minds and faculties for pole vaulting and accelerating induction of advanced technologies. We are vigorously pursuing together indigenization with multi-pronged approach, from policy and procedure changes to introduction of multiple schemes with the IDEX and TDF, combined with better budgetary provisions and financial empowerment. The aim of this seminar is to facilitate free and fair discussions, encourage innovation, exchange of ideas from all stakeholders to accelerate and make things happen. This will address the gap between what the nation and the Navy want and what is being achieved on ground. Towards this, we have aptly named the seminar as Sprint, supporting pole vaulting in R&D through IDEX, NIO, and TDAC. To encourage a larger canvas of discussions, we have structured today's proceedings into 1 innovation session and 3 indigenization sessions. The innovation session will focus on thinking out of the box for induction of technologies and ease of doing business with the Indian Navy. The indigenization sessions will focus on naval armament, naval aviation, and marine equipment. The Indian Navy, in conjunction with the Defense Innovation Organization, shall be unveiling, as was brought out by the Defense Secretary, a large number of challenges. These statements are for the Indian industry as part of IDEX Sprint, which aims at developing at least 75, though we'll be launching much more technologies for the Indian Navy by 15th August 23 as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Tomorrow, this seminar will specifically address outreach for Indian Ocean region, wherein dignitaries and defense attaches from Indian Ocean region countries have been invited to participate in the seminar in an hybrid mode. This seminar also features exhibition of export-ready products by our Indian startups, MSMEs, and industries, which have been displayed in the hall outside. Our sincere thanks to Defense Innovation Organization, our industry partners, the SIDM, academia, startups, and our gratitude to them for supporting our new initiative of Sprint. Our sincere gratitude to the media, who are always supporting us throughout. I thank you all for participating in this important seminar, and especially I look forward to participation of the young children who are the future leaders of our great nation. I also would like to convey my sincere thanks to the organizers of the seminar to contribute towards its grand success. So ladies and gentlemen, may I invite constructive and implementable inputs from this forum to take our self-reliance dream to greater heights, which in turn would contribute towards accelerated nation building. It is for all of us to walk the extra mile today, to utilize this golden moment towards realizing a fully self-reliant Indian Navy and an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Jai Hind. Thank you.
May I now call upon Shri S.P. Shukla, President, Society of Indian Defence Manufacturers, to address the gathering on behalf of SIDM and the industry.
Dr. Ajay Kumar, Defence Secretary, Vice Admiral Khormade, Vice Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Sandeep Nathani, Rear Admiral Vineet McCarthy, Shri Anurag Vajpayee, senior officers and members of the industry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a privilege for me to be here at Swavlamban 2022 and share this dais with the leadership of the Ministry of Defence and the Indian Navy. Both these organizations have laid a comprehensive foundation for Atmanirbharta in defense sector, especially in last few years. At the outset, I would like to thank the Indian Navy and Ministry of Defence for choosing SIDM as their partner for this prestigious engagement with the industry. Thank you so much. I would also like to place on record that Swavlamban is a very apt theme in 75th year of our independence. Indian Navy has always been in the forefront of indigenization and Make in India. At this moment, I must thank all the past leaders and today's leadership who have always strived to make it builder's navy. The creation of a naval design cell and initiation of Leander frigate program, these were strategic initiatives in both intent as well as developing indigenous capabilities. If we look at, as a nation, what have we achieved? The achievements are noteworthy. We should be proud that Directorate General of Naval Design and Indian Defence Shipyards have delivered a host of prestigious projects during the last few decades. Delhi-class destroyers, frigates of Godavari, Brahmaputra, and Shivalik class, ASW frigates, ASW corvettes, missile boats, landing crafts, survey ships, Scorpion class of submarine, amongst many others. These are the achievements we should rightly be proud of. All of us now await the commissioning of INS Vikrant in the coming days. These indigenous shipbuilding programs have galvanized not just the shipyards, but also have created a very large pool of 300 plus ancillary industries which make a comprehensive supply chain for the shipyards. Hence, as far as warship building is concerned, private industries, especially a host of many small industries, have integrated significantly with the DPSU shipyards already. Here, I would like to recall the comments of the Chief of the Naval Staff, which he made during the launch of 4th P-17A ship, INS Junagiri, at GRSC few days back. He said, launching of the 4th ship of next generation project, P-17A, within a period of 3 years, cements India's status in an elite group of nations having capabilities to build such a large and sophisticated warship. In the past 4 or 5 years since establishment of SIDM, we have been working closely with the Indian Navy, and since the formation of NIIO, the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, an even closer working relationship has been developed. Via NIIO, which was incorporated in line with DAP 2020, the Indian Navy has once again created a roadmap worthy of emulation by others for adoption of emerging and disruptive technologies in an accelerated way. At the launch of NIIO, an MOU was signed between SIDM and NIIO itself, which was aimed at collectively enhancing and supporting the indigenization and innovation efforts of the industry. In line with this MOU, a year-long platform for regular monthly virtual interaction between the Navy and the industry has been initiated in September last year, which has been a widely successful and mutually beneficial engagement. NIIO, IDEX, and Startup India. These are the platforms which encourage innovation. Dr. Sahab talked about nearly 100 challenges which are now to be addressed. From a national perspective, incubation and handholding of startups and smaller companies is an important first step. When new technologies are made in India, these will certainly get absorbed in world-class products. As cutting-edge technologies are matured by smaller firms, such companies will grow, or alternately, some of them will merge with larger companies, as is the practice in developed economies. Both of these factors will significantly help in exports. Dr. Saab made a wonderful point. We are moving away from catch-up to introducing the technologies which were not there earlier. As a technologist myself, I would take a minute to dwell on this point. There are exciting opportunities for integration of wide array of technologies which have not been tried together, and they can be done. It's only our imagination which is the limit. There is no other limit. Take an example. Dr. Saab mentioned about helicopters. Whenever we have a naval helicopter like NUH, which is manufactured in India, which is globally acceptable for its performance and operational availability, look at the possibilities which exist. The technologies which have been developed in India can be loaded on to the helicopter for exports. A small sonar or sonobuoys without the need for onboard signal processing on a naval utility helicopter, but alternate, which is networked to a nearby naval ship. This is a totally new thought which can be tried. Such products can offer alternate opportunities for exports to friendly nations. Our indigenous technologies can include underwater element, data links or communication, signal processing, which can be absorbed and embedded on a globally accepted helicopter which we design in India. This approach will meet many requirements of not only our nation, but will put us on a firm path to becoming a net exporter of defense equipment. Value addition by our technologies developed, nurtured, made in India will enable us to export them without any restrictions. SIDM is a partner organization for Indian Naval Students Technical Engagement Program, in short, INSTEP. It aims to engage young minds of premier educational institutions to work on naval problem statements. These initiatives are a clear indicator of Indian Navy's deep-rooted commitment towards promoting national goals of indigenization and self-reliance. I would end by saying SIDM is committed towards supporting the goal of Atmanirbharta and looks forward to continuing our engagement with the Indian Navy. I am sure that the sessions on innovation, armament, aviation, and indigenization, followed by plenary session, which our Honorable PM will address, will be invigorating. Such interactions are very useful for the industry to gain an insight into the government's vision so that we can plan projects and investments which will strengthen our defense ecosystem into a vibrant and a robust one. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
The first edition of the Indian Navy Directory of Industry Partners, abbreviated as INDIP 2022-23, has been formulated by the Navy. It is a central repository and single point reference document for all stakeholders in the Navy about the capability of the Indian industry for indigenous design, development, and manufacturing requirements of the Indian Navy. I request Dr. Ajay Kumar, Defense Secretary, to release INDIP 22-23 and the esteemed guests present on the dais to join in. The NIIO, since its inception on 13th August 2020, has signed numerous memorandums of understanding with various defense organizations, government bodies, industry innovation partners, and knowledge partners from academia towards achieving the aim of inducting disruptive technologies in the Indian Navy. Now, to realize the ambitious project of inducting at least 75 technologies by next year through Sprint and to further enhance the Navy's warfighting capabilities, the NIIO has signed few more MOUs. The same are planned to be exchanged today through the platform of this seminar. May I now request the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff to exchange the MOUs with respective organizations. I first request Shri Anurag Bajpai to exchange the MOU on behalf of Defense Innovation Organization for Disk Sprint Challenges. May I now request Commodore Amit Rastogi, retired Chairman, National Research Development Corporation, to step onto the dais for exchange of MOU on behalf of NRDC on cooperation for intellectual property rights and other areas of mutual interest. I now request Commodore B.S. Aluwalia, retired, and Commander Chaitanya Chandel, retired, to step onto the stage for exchange of MOU on behalf of Messrs. Anave Varuni Systems as an industry innovation partner. May I now request Shri Rajiv Kumar, Director of Students, Associate Dean Academics, Shiv Nada University, to come over to the dais for exchange of MOU as a knowledge partner for Indian Naval Student Technical Engagement Program. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. May I request the guests seated on the dais to kindly take a seat in the audience, and also the panelists of the first session to kindly step onto the stage and take their respective seats. We now start with the interactive sessions planned for the day. The first session of the day is on innovation, having the theme role of industry, academia, and policy in accelerating niche technology induction in the Indian Navy, journey thus far and way ahead. The session will be moderated by Rear Admiral Vineet Mekati, Assistant Chief of the Naval Staff, Staff Requirements. Rear Admiral Mekati is an alumnus of the National Defense Academy, Pune, and was commissioned into the Navy on 1st July 1989. The Admiral is a gunnery specialist and has undergone the prestigious Defense Services Staff Course and NDC. Apart from other appointments at various naval units, the Admiral has commanded naval ships INS Khanjar and INS Shivalik, and has discharged his duties as Defense Advisor at High Commission of India at Singapore. The Admiral is currently a co-chair of the NIIO working group and is heading the Staff Requirements Division. Over to you, sir.
Distinguished Chair and the panelists, a very warm welcome to the first session of the seminar today. The theme of this session focuses on a very apt and relevant aspect, which is truly the need of our. With shrinking lifespan of technology, an organization like Navy, which is time, capital, as well as technology-intensive organization, needs to accelerate the process of identifying and adapting and inducting in this technology. To enable this, organization needs to have an open mind, culture of innovation, and willingness to accept change. And obviously, we need to hear from our partners and other stakeholders who are with us in this process. To discuss this, we have a very eminent set of panelists. They all have a very long and impressive biodata, and I shall therefore seek their indulgence not to go into the very detail that we have, so that we have more time for discussions. At the outset, I would like to welcome our chair, Vice Admiral Ashok Kumar. I must say it is our very proud privilege to have him here, because he has been associated with Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization from its very outset. And he has been our mentor in more ways than one. He has had an illustrious and a very long career in the Navy, where he has tenanted almost every possible appointment ashore and afloat. Here in the Naval Headquarters in Delhi, he had 2 long back-to-back appointments as the Deputy as well as the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff. During these tenures, he has undertaken policy reforms of huge magnitude, which will have profound effect on Navy's course in due future. Setting up of Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization was also one such organization, revolutionary idea that took shape under his leadership, as I mentioned earlier. Now, Admiral is the National Security, Maritime Security Advisor to the Indian government. Among the panelists, we have Shri Anurag Bajpayee, who belongs to the 1994 batch of Indian Forest Service, a postgraduate in economics, financial management, and mass communication. He has held a very wide array of assignments, including at the Food and Agriculture Organization at Rome. He is currently Joint Secretary, DIP, and additional CEO for the Defense Innovation Organization. Dr. Rohit Srivastava, who brings us the academia perspective, is head of the Biosciences and Bioengineering at IIT Mumbai. He is alumnus of the Louisiana Tech University, from where he also did his PhD. His list of awards is long, and I would only mention about the most recent one, the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize that he won for the 2021 year for the medical sciences. He has 30 published papers and over 20 patents. He is a fellow of Royal Society of Biology as well as Chemistry. Commodore Arun Gulaya is a serving naval officer, currently posted as the Officer in Charge, Technology Development Acceleration Cell. He has served in various appointments ashore and afloat, including at the National Security Council Secretariat. A keen author and analyst, he has contributed to many books and journals. He is a recipient of A.K. Chatterjee Research Fellowship Award by the National Maritime Foundation. The industry perspective to the discussion will be brought by Captain Nikunj Parashar. He is a master mariner by profession, and post his maritime career, he co-founded a technical venture called Sagar Defense Engineering. His firm has been selected the best 10 startup in India in 2015 by the Department of Electronics and IT. He too has a long list of achievements, but without going into much details, I will stop here and request Chair Vice Admiral Ashok Kumar to set the course for the discussion. Over to you, sir.
Chief of Naval Staff, Defense Secretary, Vice Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral K.B. Singh, ladies and gentlemen, Morning to each one of you. I'm extremely happy to be here to kickstart the session 1. As you all are aware, there are two very relevant and overwhelming factors today. One of them, as you all realize, is just the strategic vulnerability of external dependence. And the second is the rapid rate at which technology continues to change and evolve. And to address these two, there are two different tacks that the government of India has taken. One of them is Atmanirbharta, that overcomes our strategic vulnerability of external dependence. So it is self-reliance all the way. And the second one, which is this leapfrogging in technology that we required to do, required us to set up formal structures to exploit the talent and the expertise which is available within India. Self-reliance and technology dominance through self-reliance. So, and the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization aims to do exactly that. Combine these two, get the strength of these so that there is a technology leapfrogging that the Navy can undertake through self-reliance. And I must confess that I like this acronym SPRINT, because at the end of the day, we are looking to sprint towards modern technology. Before I let this distinguished panelists of each pillar of the NIO organization talk about where are we and what is the way ahead, let me just briefly recall how this organization got set up. Because I happen to be a part of these discussions, as Vineet just brought out, as the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff at that time, and Admiral KB, who's here, was the then Chief. Now, there were a number of these things which triggered us to think on these lines. The first one was this, that having created an ACM, Assistant Chief of Material, modernization, ACM mod, we call him, and the Directorate of Indigenization, headed by a PDOI, we realized that the main focus of the organization was essentially indigenization for import substitution. Now, we had a number of these publications, whether it was the INIP, which is the Indian Naval Indigenization Plan, or the NAIR, which is the Naval Aviation Indigenization Roadmap, and there was also one equivalent one for by the DGNII for arms and armaments, all of which, by and large, targeted import substitution. And the aim of innovation was kind of lacking. The second is that the realization that while strategy and operations for warfighting had a committee which was coordinated by the flag officer doctrines and concepts and headed by the highest level in the Navy by the Chief of Naval Staff himself on an annual basis. When it came to innovation, this was kind of in a very dispersed organization. Each one branch, each one department looked at innovation of their own sector and not realizing that synergizing it could well produce better results. So we realized that a coordinated approach was the need for the hour. The third was this fact that we all along had a number of technical officers doing MTechs in our leading academic institutions in the country. And the projects which were given to them was invariably by the technical branch, and they were technically oriented. When it came to warfighting technology, we also realized that a combined effort probably was the way ahead. The next thing is that if you see leading navies across the world, universities are the place where innovation happens. In fact, the services actually exploit the universities quite a bit. But that is by and large lacking with us. So we thought that why not exploit this strength which is available. And the modern phenomena of just internships, and therefore getting them involved with what we required, I thought, we actually collectively thought was the way ahead. And the next, and the final actually nail in the coffin, was a seminar called the NAVARMS. The DGNAI who served with me is sitting there. The NAVARMS seminar was an annual seminar which looked at the Indian naval requirements of arms and ammunitions on an annual basis. And the industry participated in it wholeheartedly. But while attending that seminar, one of the realizations was that during the interactive session, the industry was not restricting itself to arms and ammunitions alone. the kind of interactive points which came up covered everything. So suddenly the thought, why not open this up? Why call it only a NAV arms, which is arms and ammunitions, but why not a naval innovation indigenization seminar? I suppose this is the one. Okay, with all these points, so we decided that time was ripe for us to go ahead and create what we call the Navy's Innovation and Indigenization Organization. And along with that, and this was inaugurated in August of 2000 by the Honorable Raksha Mantri, with the Defense Secretary being present, and also the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh being present, because there were a number of MOUs that were signed. One of them, as was brought out in the inaugural session, was with SIDM, which was our major partner. We realized that was the strength. I mean, the entire lot of industry could be reached out to through the SIDM. There were a number of MOUs which is otherwise signed with academic institutions of repute, and also so many other things that were done that day. We also created this TDAC headed by Commodore Golaya, and there was also, which I said, there was no organized form of addressing it or a committee to look at it. So the NTAC, or the Naval Technology Acceleration Council, was set up on the lines of INSOC to be co-chaired by the ACOM MOD and the ACNS SR, Vineet McCarty here, and once in 6 months to be reviewed by the Vice Chief. So these were the things, and there was also a publication, which an updated one got released today, a publication called Swavlamban, I think was the name, which was also published that day, which combined all these other publications that I mentioned earlier into one book. So with all that, we set the ball rolling. And the fear was that this should not just end up being an exercise of just inauguration and forget about it, but now I'm sure all these panelists will give us an update as to where we are. Now, before we hear from the specialists, today also, as was brought out, marks the beginning of close cooperation between the NAIO and the DIO through the IDEX Sprint. I'm sure Sri Bajpai, JSDIP, will give us important insights into the policy perspectives that affect the organization. And as Vineet has already introduced the speakers, I will restrict myself from not doing so. I will pass it on to the speakers, but I must mention a word about Commodore Golaya. He's the one who took over TDAC at that point in time. In fact, quite often, let me be very honest, I, as the then Vice Chief, and ACNSSR used to have these brainstorming sessions in my office. Is Golaya being too fast? And is he going to get us into trouble? So then we realized that it is better to allow sprint towards technology rather than just slowly jog towards it. So a great job done by him. And now let me pass it on to the panel one by one, if you can kindly give your perspectives, and let us look forward to a very meaningful and insightful discussion thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving this very perspective which only you could have given, seeing it from the beginning until now. And so much has been spoken about NIIO, and we know as to how it developed, what it intended to do. So I would ask Commodore Golaya now to elaborate on to what we have been able to do thus far and what we intend doing in future.
Thank you, sir. So to begin with, I will give an update on, I'll give the organization structure per se of the NIIO for those who might not be familiar. It's a three-tiered mechanism. As was mentioned, at the apex level, you have the NTAC, or the Naval Technology Acceleration Council, which is chaired by the Vice Chief of Naval Staff and meets every 6 months to bring together the twin aspects of innovation and indigenization. Below that, you have the NIIO Working Group, which is co-chaired by 2 APSOs of the material branch and the staff branch, that is ACNS SR, who's here, and Assistant Chief of Material Modernization. And under the implementing agencies are the Directorate of Indigenization. We've had a very, very dynamic and very, very effective Directorate of Indigenization for many years now. And it continues to do a wonderful job. About 7,000 items have already been indigenized. In addition, what was created was the Technology Development Acceleration Cell, focused on innovation, which, as it was mentioned, is what I head. To interact with the academia and the industry, we have, I will not go into the details, some of them have already been mentioned, But I'll just cover what we do with the industry and what we do with academia. With academia, we have signed MOUs I think today the one which was exchanged was the 21st MOU. We've exchanged MOUs with quite a few institutes of national importance, IIT Delhi, IIT Mumbai, Rashtriya Raksha University, NFSU, and quite a few other IITs also. We work closely with them. We started something known as INSTEP, or Indian Naval Students Technical Engagement Program. The aim there is to ignite the young minds and to get the students involved so as to build a culture of or an ecosystem of innovation. And we offer the students, the challenges are given. Competition is right now going on. It's an open challenge under INSTEP, where the students come up with ideas. We give them a 5-month online internship, interact with them, and help them refine what ideas they've come up with. For the industry, as was mentioned, we have interaction with the industry on the last Friday of every month. We realized especially the smaller firms, the startups and the MSMEs normally do not even know whom to contact. So we've given a single point of contact, and after that it's that officer's job to liaise with the respective directorate and naval headquarters. We have started identifying, I think it was mentioned by the Defense Secretary, that we have to see the industry as partners. The procurement procedures, of course, will follow the laid down norms, but certain deep tech startups, we've started identifying them as innovation industry partners. And we give them access to ships, aircraft, submarines, as the case may be, so as to better understand our problems. And that's something which I think has been useful. It was mentioned by SIDM that we have an ongoing 1-year-long seminar on the CII Hive platform. So all these things are the ones which have contributed. I'll just make 2 quick points, sir. One, I think, and this is important, I don't think the aim here is to induct 5, 10, 15, 75, or even 100 technologies. That will happen. But what we are trying to do is create an ecosystem of innovation. And once that happens, then I don't think we will have to worry about 75 technologies. We'll have thousands and thousands. That is what we need to do. Sir, you mentioned that you were worried about the speed, but I think speed is what is required, because otherwise we will always be playing catch-up. If I can say this, there's this poem which is there in every cabin in the National Defense Academy, If by Rudyard Kipling, which says, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run. I think it's not only the minute we have, today is the starting, sir. The sprint is just starting, and we have the racetrack ahead of us. It is months, years, and we have to put in that to sprint. And I can hear the ecosystem telling us, on your marks, get set, go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Golaya. I think it's indeed the aspect which you brought out, that it's the culture, it's the mindset, it's the ecosystem which needs to be created and which needs to be brought in place. And I think TDAC and NIO has done some remarkable work in that direction. We've also talked about speed and the aspect of pragmatism, but we are conscious of the fact that while the ecosystem, and as you mentioned that it is not question about 75 technologies today or tomorrow it will happen, but I must bring in here that there is obviously a challenge of translating an idea into a workable technology, a product, interfaced into a platform to make a combat system that works. So that is the journey that needs to be traversed from the time that the idea is born and till the time that the capability is used. And I think the ecosystem, which is the industry, the startups, especially in this case, when we are talking about niche and very nimble technology, that they do. So we have Nikunj, who has been working with us, and I would like to hear from him as to what is the challenges that you have seen, what your experience has been thus far, and if you could elaborate on that.
Thank you so much, sir. The most important point here to bring in, and there is a small quote which we say in merchant navy. Any simple problem, you bring it to water, it becomes complex and expensive to solve, whenever it is maritime. So the first challenge for startups, and if you check around for maritime startups working in code deep, you can really count them on your fingers. or possibly in 2 hands. So the cost is the biggest challenge for us. Secondly, when we are looking at developing these technologies, and now these technologies are driven very nimble, very naive, so they may not be as per mill standards. So when a startup develops the idea and he comes up with a proof of concept, then he has to go on a platform like this, which we have it on a background, or a destroyer. Now these are battle-hardened ships. On a battle-hardened platform, and you come up with a COTS equipment, or which is built at certain automotive standard industries, how do you integrate? So the problem is not here with the technology point of view, also it is the acceptance. And the acceptance part is, at the TDAC it has been really, really great. It has to go across the fleet also. So, as a startup, even the fleet has to understand that these boys who are working on ground, they're trying to accept it. They are going to come back to you with a proper product, but they need that support on ground. So level of awareness, level of communications also has to go down across the fleet to work in. Then, as I said, so it's the cost orientation. So what we see is, and this is not hidden from us, everybody is aware, there's always a payment structure when you carry out your work. So there's a fantastic platform called Trades, which has been launched by the government of India. I would really request here, Navy, especially for the projects which are being working with the startups, and where we understand they are working on certain deep techs or technologies which are on a cost side, these invoicing should happen on Trades. The contract should be concluded on Trades. So it gives them a cash balance opportunity. Basically any startup, and especially in defense sector with IDEX, for us, and I would like to bring that in, when we got the first IDEX project to develop the autonomous underwater vehicle at a 1.5 crore, it was very complicated because Navy came up saying that we need 20 of these. Now how do we do it within 1.5 and another 0.5 crore from us? So it was the support by the Ministry of Defense. They came on board, they got us a DPSU, Musgodoc Limited on board, and now they're funding the whole project. So such handholdings are also required. I know it's a matter of policies coming in, but these handholdings are also required. The other part, and this is, you may call our startups as greedy, is as this has been launched, the IDEX has a regulation of only 3 challenges for them to accept. Now maritime companies who have applied in other challenges, when the opportunity like 75 of printing comes in, this is what we have been waiting for. Can this challenges, acceptance for startups can be made to 5 or 6 they could apply in? So this is, my final points as a startup point of view for you guys. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nikunj, and I'm sure here the gathering is listening to you, and we will be able to come up with certain solutions at the end of it. But I would also like here to bring in something which Gulaya said initially, the ecosystem, the environment, and I think the ecosystem starts little before that we think of realizing the capability what we want to do. And that starts from idea. It requires fundamental research. It requires fundamental research. It requires applied research. Yeah. It requires applied research, and that I am trying to indicate the role of academia. It is huge. We have, Gulaya mentioned about INSTEP, which is about colleges, but that's just the starting point. Anything which comes into being has to be conceptualized on a very basic form. And that's what academia does for us. And we have here Professor Srivastava. I would like to hear from him. He has also been associated with us for some time now. His experience and what we have been able to achieve and where he sees us going forward.
Thank you very much, sir, and distinguished chair and the panel members. It's an honor for me to be on this stage and discuss our journey. Of course, I'll talk from IIT Bombay's perspective, but since I sit on several of these committees in the country, I am on mostly all of the translational committees looking at healthcare funding in the country. I can speak for many of these, as just spoken. I come from IIT Bombay. I already know that there are several interactions happening between Indian Navy and IIT Bombay, and it has been so for several years now, especially from the engineering department. My department is Biosciences Bioengineering, and I have a lab in the Biosciences Bioengineering which has never really worried about numbers, which has never really worried about restrictions. It has always worried about output. And in the past 15 years that I have been at IIT Bombay, we have filed more than 150 patents. We've got maybe 25 technologies out there in the market. We've set up maybe 15 to 20 startups. 2 of them have already been taken over by large multinationals, for over 200 crores. And there has been a lot of work that has gone into building such an ecosystem, and that's where we are at. Now let me talk from the perspective of where and how academia can really help this interaction. You have to remember that the ideas are, there are many of these ideas, and as Commodore just mentioned, it was already mentioned before, the IDEX is a beautiful platform, and I'm hoping that as part of this discussion, IDEX can also fund some of the academic research happening in the country, because that is something where academia is not far behind. There are several innovators who have set up startups in the academia itself. I am being one of them, and there are many across the country who've got such startups. So that is something that we should definitely do, and hope that there are thousands of technologies that can be taken forward from academia into the market. And this has to be a win-win for all of them, because this is where the users actually get to see their actual use in the healthcare domain. Now, the second thing that I wanted to bring out was, this interaction with Indian Navy started during the COVID time, and this is thanks to Indian Navy that there is a student in my lab, Surgeon Commander Arnab Ghosh, who came to do a PhD in my lab. And this person, this Surgeon Commander Arnab Ghosh, who's a medical specialist, now is coming to do a PhD in engineering at IIT Bombay. A beautiful combination, because we as engineers don't see what clinicians see, and clinicians have problems that they know that engineers can solve. So this is a terrific combination. When this happened over the last 1.5 years, you cannot believe, but this person, Dr. Ghosh, has been able to file 25 patents from IIT Bombay. And these are joint patents between Indian Navy and IIT Bombay. And this number can go up to 50 by the end of year. Now, this is a phenomenal output. This is something that is outstanding. I think that this is something that we should definitely encourage from the Indian Navy. We should have more such people, but most importantly, we should, and we have actually expanded the initial MOU, which was only between Indian Navy and IIT Bombay in COVID-related research, for which we have several products now. We've actually expanded it to make it, more inclusive. We have many more technologies now under that MOU. And as part of those technologies, we have developed many things under the Navrakshak brand. And this is something that was just cleared by Indian Navy, where Navrakshak brand can be used by both the partners, Indian Navy and IIT Bombay, and help to take several technologies into the market. Now, I have one suggestion. If it could be possible, we have to list each one of these on GEM, and that is very, very, very difficult to actually get them to the end user. I hope there is a way that we can bring all of this under one category in GEM, and which can actually make sure that the Indian Navy, the healthcare ecosystem, is able to use all this product that this country is actually working on. The third suggestion I have, and this is actually a very crucial suggestion, is we are thinking of setting up a joint innovation center or a center of excellence between IIT Bombay and Indian Navy. And this has been passed by the top brass at IIT Bombay, and I'm hoping that the Indian Navy also looks at this proposal very seriously, because one such center can lead to a seed of several centers across the country. This will lead to several innovators across the country who will keep working on healthcare products, who will keep working on innovation, which is where I'm seeing so much output from TDAC and NIIO, and I'm hoping that this can be the catalyst to several such technologies that can reach the market. But most importantly, I hope that Dr. Arnab Ghosh is put in charge of such a center, because over the next 10 years or so, a person like him can make a difference, which I don't think can be possible with any other sort of a person. So let me thank the leadership of Indian Navy. Let me thank everybody who's sitting here, and I hope that one day we are able to make this dream come true and have many, many more technologies in the Indian market and make India Atmanirbhar. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you, Professor Srivastava. And I think Professor Srivastava mentioned about Arnav being a doctor and doing an engineering PhD. His guru has got the opposite distinction. He's an engineer and he heads a medical faculty in IT.
So this is a unique combination, and I hope this flourishes and we go forward. I think, Professor Srivastava, you have made very crucial point and very specific recommendations. I think all of them are actionable, and some of them are in the domain of Navy. In NIIO, we will certainly push them and take it forward. But more importantly, I think you and Nikunj both have raised certain questions which directly impinge on the policy, which is beyond the realm of the service headquarters. And I think Nikunj mentioned about trade being used, and also talked about IDEX allowing more than 3 startups to challenges to be taken up. Professor Srivastava mentioned about the funding of the academia through IDEX. So I think there are a lot of such questions that the field is wanting answer to. And I think Mr. Anurag Bajpai, I think you are the best in this case to answer these questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Chief of Naval Staff, Defense Secretary, my fellow panelists, all industry captains here and officers, ladies and gentlemen. There are few questions which have been posed, but prior to that, I would like to speak about IDEX and the government policy framework. Perhaps that will be sufficient to clarify many of the doubts which have been raised by my fellow panelists. We know that IDEX has been a pioneer institution in case of defense innovations, which has brought together, which has fostered partnerships among industry, startups, academia, government, all have come on a single platform. Earlier, there were these institutions, but perhaps working in silos. But IDEX has given that opportunity. And in the last 3 years, we have heard Defense Secretary in the morning that how it has changed the entire scenario of Indian defense innovation sector. How it worked, how it leapfrogged, how it has done, I will just come to that. It not only provided a complete framework, it also provided funding support. It also provided guidance to our entrepreneurs through the users. Users have also played a very important role in progressing this innovation ecosystem. When we have seen that how the government has given focus to indigenization, import substitution, Atmanirbharta, certainly innovation is the first step which has to take place. And IDEX has provided the best platform for entire growth of this sector. There have been various models of funding, direct funding to startups. Then we have brought also IDEX Prime. Now we are also looking at PPP model also in IDEX. We are working on that. We are also looking at how the IDEX cases can be scaled up. Defense Secretary has said in the morning that we are looking at going to about 500 cases in the next 2 years, and maybe after that we are looking at about 2,000 cases. So a scaling up process is also going on. Government is committed for this sector. Once government is committed, then the doubts about the policies certainly should not be there. Because policies are dynamic in nature. It depends on need. And if we see, I'll just give an example, how the IDEX framework have been simplified in the last 6-7 months. Moreover, the procurement part has also been facilitated through the simplification of process in the defense acquisition procedure. So, what I would like to emphasize that policies which are dynamic in nature, the government is always willing to look at the requirement of the industry, requirement of the sector, and then accordingly calibrate on the policy framework. So your question, which was about that whether it is 3 or 5, it depends on the need, because everything is need-based. That is first part. Second part, I would like to mention that one of the fellow panelists has raised about the, he has talked about scope, basically scope of IDEX. IDEX is having very flexible framework. So anything which is required for the country, for the defense or for any other sector, IDEX may look at it. So the professor from IIT who has raised about this point, I think IDEX is open to everything. At present, we are taking challenges from services, from Ministry of Home Affairs, from police organizations. We never know that we can take other challenges also which are required for the defense of the country, not only in terms of border, defense at the border. Defense may be in case of health, in defense in case, maybe case of the natural resources, whatever it is. So that flexible nature is there with the IDEX. Then another point which has been raised by our fellow panelist, that whether the institutions or institutions of excellence like IITs more can be added. I don't think there is any problem. We are tying up with various institutions of excellence, be it IIT or be it NIT. We are taking them on board because they are going to be our partner incubators. And they are the key players who are going to give a push to our research, to our startups or through industry. So I don't think there is any issue in this regard. And if there is some challenge in our policy framework, that can be looked at. Now, finally, what I would like to mention that NIO has launched a sprint with IDEX. We would like to assure NIO that you have started the sprint, but IDEX will not leave any stone unturned to facilitate that you stand first in this sprint. And we will take care of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bajpai, for saying that you will make sure that we come first at the end of the sprint. And also, you made a very important point. And while we all talk about that policy should be facilitating, policy should be enabling, but the point is that you made that policy is dynamic, policy is need-driven, and whatever the need would be, the policy will shape its course accordingly. So I hope this seminar works this purpose, and I am happy that you could give some answers straight away to Professor Bhatnagar, Professor Srivastava, in this sense that there is nothing which is out of bounds, and it can be done. Even for Nikunj, that if you are already involved in 3, you can probably aim at 5. If you ask for, Mr. Bajpai will make it happen. I think this is at this very positive note. We still have time for about a couple of questions. It would be unfair that we don't give chance to such a huge and eminent audience to ask questions. I think if there are questions, we can take a couple of them at
this moment. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, sir. What a setting, sir. It's a great setting for a country of India's size with 7,516 kilometers of coastline and the National Maritime Security Coordinator sitting right in this place. Sir, I would like to request you, sir, given the 9 coastal states and 4 union territories with 7,516 kilometers of coastline, if we cannot involve the eyes and ears of the sea is the fishing community, sir. In the indigenization, innovation is happening through all the technologies sitting here. But what about the indigenization if we cannot involve those fishing community and more than close to 3,500 fishing villages, sir, given the 9 coastal states and 4 union territories? So I request the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, NIO, to throw light on this particular aspect, sir. We have become a sea-blind nation, but now we have woken up to the geostrategic realities, sir, geostrategic realities. So I'm Dr. Ramesh Kannaganti, Founder and Executive Director, Center for Human Security Studies, Hyderabad. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, first a couple of things. One is that you mentioned 7,516 kilometers of coastline. That's soon to be revised to about 11,000 odd kilometers, because the exact measurement which was done has revealed this the thing. There's a work on between the MOD and the MEA. Finally, MHA will come out with an order. That is one. Second, that's a very valid point. In fact, that is my advice to the Navy as well. Being the overall responsible for maritime security, including offshore security and coastal security, please extend NIO and its deliverables to all the other ministries which are actually in the maritime domain. He brought out, the JSDIP brought out as to how they reach out to various ministries to take their inputs as to what needs to be included in the IDEX. In fact, the NIO actually can probably seek participation in your NTAC, Ministry of Fishery, Department of Fisheries, for example, or the MOES, which puts out a lot of ships out into sea, or the customs and the police and so on and so on, the Ministry of Home Affairs, basically. So that's a very valid point. I really think we need to take charge of this as well.
We still have time for one more question if there's... So.
Thank you very much. At the outset, I must congratulate you for thinking and inviting us old-timer. I think I'm the oldest. I must thank you very much. For us, veterans, we can pass this message. So I think it's a wonderful idea. I congratulate the chief and others. But one little thing has been worried me. What is the role of VESI? Because when we started whenever the old-timers started, I think VESI was the first innovator. I hope in all this organization, if you could educate us, please.
Sir, would you like to answer?
So VESI is not forgotten, sir. That I want to just assure you. VESI, as it was envisaged earlier, the primary role of VESI was integration of all types of systems. We were getting systems from different countries, and when we were making indigenous ships, the integration was a big issue, and that's how VESI came into existence. The system integration now has gone to very, very dynamic levels, very complex levels, and VESI is still involved. Though now we have many startups, many MSMEs who are involved in this, and VESI has given the roles which it used to do in yesteryears to MSMEs, so that it can go to the future roles. The combat management system, as you know, VESI has, earlier we had the Italian system, IPN 10, We went to MCA, then CMS. Right now, about 50 of these CMS are being developed with industry. One is the PSUs with Bharat Electronics, and then we have other industry, that is Tata's. They are also doing it. And we have actually restricted only to 2 because we have limitation numbers. But CMS again is very, very dynamic, and VESI is totally involved. But as you know, we also need the user perspective. And that's how NIO, ACNS, SR, they're also doved in or a partner to this VESI's organization for innovation and Indonesian combat management system. If you go further, we are into crypto, anything to do with the cyber issues. I don't want to list out all that. Many things are classified, but we are into that. Also, the next thing is net-enabled capability. We have data link systems. We are also now trying to link up with air, all the 3 dimensions, air, submarine, and the warships. So VESI is involved in a lot of parts of this Indonesian. But getting more of this 5 component, unmanned systems, there are a plethora of technologies which VESI will not be able to do. And that is why we have this NTAC organization. But I just want to assure you, VESI is plugged in all these technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we'll just take one last question of the gentleman who had raised his hand earlier.
Good morning, all. So, I'm Dinesh from Siemens India. So one of the key elements of any technology adoption is also digitalization. Just was curious to know, is there any metrics of how mature the Navy and its various outfits are in terms of digitalization? Is there any metrics? And how do you rate itself on a scale of 1 to 10? What are the initiatives that you are running in digitalizing the various outfits, maybe the startup or maybe the acceptance or maybe the various entities that are involved in this? What are the initiatives, and is there any organization, is there any nodal organization among the fraternity to look after these and run these initiatives, sir?
As far as metric is concerned, I am not aware of any particular metric. I think the Directorate of Information Technology would be more competent organization to answer. As far as I know, there is no metric as such has been devised, and I have not fully understood your point, because if you are referring to some international metric that we are also adopting, or do we have a separate kind of system to do this? But in any case, I think this is a very specific question which can be answered by Directorate of Technology, and I would request them to tie up with you and answer this question specifically. As far as nodal point is concerned, nodal point, of course, you can presume that if you come to Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, we have got huge outreach program. There is, it was mentioned in the morning that we have got a monthly interaction, and which is open for all. It runs on the CII Hive portal. You are please most welcome. We will answer all your questions and take it forward to the stakeholder who answers these questions. So we'll be very happy to take these queries forward in due course of time and whenever you come. So I would, at this juncture, I would ask the chair to sum it up and say as to what we take out of this session.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank Vineet McCarthy having called me the chair. I think he did all the jobs of a chair. So thank you for that. I think what was discussed here and the questions do suggest that whatever came up as questions or queries have answered, mutually by the others. But yet, I think there are a couple of things that we need to take back. One is that policy enablement. Of course it is dynamic, of course it is flexible, of course it is need-based, but yet that the matter that it is flexible or it will address it need-based will need to find its way into the policy. Otherwise, that cannot be just made an excuse. So that is one thing that we need to take up. The second thing is that let us also collate whatever policy shortfalls does the industry or the academia feel is in existence, so that collectively it can be taken up to be addressed. That is the first thing. The second point that I want to make is on academia. I really think the INSTEP program is one of my favorites actually, because Indian Naval Student Technical Engagement Program, giving them problem statements and finding solutions, which is basically an internship for them to do with only a certificate being given at the end. And those have actually ended up realizing a number of products which have been put into production. So I think we need to exploit that a little more. Chair of Excellence that was brought out, this was on the vision itself. In fact, on the first day on the inauguration of the NIO organization, the Chair of Excellence at IIT Kanpur was supposed to have been opened. But it's just that unfortunately the internal approvals had not happened, so we just postponed it for a different day. So IIT Mumbai, definitely the Navy would be more than keen to take that forward. The other point that I want to make is that we need to be conscious of the fact that number of R&Ds may not end up in products. So we need to be ready to face failures, and the policy needs to cater for it. Of course, there has got to be a fine balance, between, there needs to be a percentage of R&D at least which ends up in products. That is something that the policy needs to address. Otherwise, as you're aware, the Navy actually puts out not just the requirement of technology, but also the timelines in which the technology is required. Again, he brought out the fact that Mr. Parasha brought out as to how when you take a problem to water, and especially to salt water in the sea, it actually gets compounded. So the industry needs to be clearly needs to understand what are the requirements in a maritime environment, whether it is the size, whether it is the weight, whether it is the cost, and whether it is the timelines, whether it is for ships, submarines, or the naval aviators. The Navy, I am sure, will be more than willing to allow you to visit ships and aircrafts and submarines for you to understand what the constraints are. So that is one thing that you must take forward. Otherwise, thank you all very much. Very, very interesting questions. The question about VESI, which COM so beautifully answered. The fact is that the realization was that innovation was happening in penny packets all over the place. This is nothing but an aim to just get everything together. So that is what happened, so that one actually could benefit from the other. And the last point that I want to make to the industry is that quite often we tell you what technology we want. The Navy tells you what is the technology that the Navy wants. It is basically because the Navy probably also does not understand that the technology that you can offer is more useful to us than probably the technology that we want. So this is something that should not stop you on your tracks from trying new things, but do involve in this monthly interaction that happens on the CII Hive portal, and propose your plans so that they would kind of understand what is the end product. Okay? So these are the aims, the fundamental aims of NIO. I am sure it will go a long way in ensuring that we leapfrog in technology and we are one of the best navies in the world ever. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen, this is Kirtana here. If I can speak out of turn, I'm sure you can excuse me for it. I see major stakeholders sitting here. I represent the government of Andhra Pradesh. I handle the engagements and also the strategic electronics. So what is the role that you're looking at, big picture, for the states to play a role here? Because I think there are other stakeholders being catered here, industry, academia, and the NIO itself. How do you want to work with the states going forward? Because states play a major role in bringing out the startups, bringing out, nurturing academia as well. So where do you think that particular portion is? Sorry to speak out of turn though.
States play one of the most important role in developing the entire industrial ecosystem, be it a startup, be it MSMEs, or be it big industry. What we are trying to have partner incubators in every state. So you are in Andhra Pradesh, So I believe IIT Hyderabad is a partner incubator at present. In Andhra Pradesh, I don't know means if you have any such institution of excellence, Andhra University. So they can come forward with a proposal to IDEX, and IDEX will follow its own procedure. They will look at their capacity, and accordingly, they can be taken as partner incubator, depending on their capacity. Then that partner incubator has to work with the startups or the MSMEs which are in Andhra Pradesh, and that part has to be facilitated by the state government, because ultimately it is the state government who requires the industrial ecosystem. So unless they come forward, it becomes difficult, because they know they have to register startups, they have to register MSMEs. And whenever we go for the partner incubator, we take state government on board. So state governments play a major role. Thank you.
May I request Rear Admiral McCarthy to kindly hand over the seminar memento to the chairman. May I now request the chairman to present the seminar memento to the speakers, Shri Anurag Bajpai, Dr. Rohit Srivastav, Shri Nikunj Parashar, Commodore A.P. Golaya, Thank you, sir. We shall now take a tea break. The tea is being served on the first floor. I request all of you to be seated by 1135 for the next session. Yes.
Hello, Chief. Hello.
The tea is also being served in the Shamiana apart from the first floor, so some of you can join for the tea there.
Nikhil, 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 sub cordless.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting the next session. Continuing the proceedings, we move on from the session of my current engagement, that is innovation, to the session of my specialization. The second session of the day is on armament, themed harnessing potential of Indian industry to realize Atmanirbharta in the field of naval armament. The session will be moderated by Rear Admiral Brijesh Vashishta, Director General of Naval Armament Inspection. Rear Admiral Vashishta is an alumnus of the Indian Naval Academy and was commissioned into the Navy on 6th August 1990. The Admiral has undergone the Naval Technical Staff course at DIT Pune and has held appointments at Western Fleet, DRDO, Ordnance Factory Board, Directorate of Standardization, other than various naval armament inspectorates all over the country. The Admiral is currently heading the Naval Armament Inspection Cadre of the Indian Navy. I hand over the proceedings to you, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. It is indeed a privilege for me to be moderating this annual session on armaments. The theme for the session is harnessing potential of Indian industry to realize Atmanirbharta in the field of naval armaments. I am honored to introduce our chairman of the session, Shri Rajendra Singh Bhatia, President and CEO of the Defence and Aerospace Business at Bharat Forge Limited, Pune. Shri Rajendra Singh Bhatia is an army veteran and a prominent defense industry leader in India with over 40 years of experience. He is the chairman of Board for Analogic Control Systems, Karas, Bharat Forge PEL and Kalyani Strategic Systems Limited. He is also the executive director on the board of Bharat Forge Elbit Advanced System. Gentlemen, he is a well-known personality in the defense manufacturer fraternity and does not need much introduction. Sir, it's truly an honor to have you with us. We have 4 eminent speakers among us. Our first speaker, Rear Admiral Sanjay Mishra, is a Senior Vice President at Economic Explosive Limited, Nagpur. He is former Director General of Naval Armament Inspection and was instrumental in steering the armament indigenization efforts to achieve indigenization of over 90% of conventional naval armaments. For our second speaker, we have with us Dr. G. Patanjali, Managing Director of High Energy Batteries, Trichinopalli, who are pioneer in design, development and manufacture of batteries for military application, including battle tanks, aircrafts, torpedoes, and also for strategic missiles. We have Shri V. Venkatraju, Chairman and Managing Director of VAM Technologies Private Limited, Hyderabad, as our third speaker. VAM Technologies is well known for systems and systems integration activities and has developed various subsystems for our missiles. As final speaker for the session, we have Shri Vikas Ambedkar, Chairman and Managing Director of Precision Power Products Limited. The firm is involved in various missile critical projects of defense services. Right now they are involved in fuses for our ammunition and certain mines for our divers with the use to, it's a replacement of limpet mines. May I request now Chairman of the session, Shri Rajendra Singh Bhatia, to kindly deliver the keynote address.
Admiral Visheshta, thank you very much for a very warm introduction. Fellow panelists, I can also see Admiral KB Singh. I can see the senior dignitaries from all the armed forces, fellow industry representatives, ladies and gentlemen. I was actually very impressed when I read the name Swavlamban. And I quickly went across to see its meaning. And its meaning actually says one which is not dependent, which means you actually have reached a place that you can be taking care of yourself and not dependent on anyone. I think that is the cornerstone of what we should be doing in the field of defense and aerospace in this country. So this theme is the most apt theme for the day. The recent happenings in our own neighborhood, the geopolitical situation, has only taught one lesson, that conventional weapons are there to stay, and when the need arises, nobody is going to come and help you. You are going to look after your own self if you have the capability to do so. So if you can't do it, then we must ensure that we find ways to achieve Swavlamban, which means in fact, total non-dependency on anything. Coming back to the call for Make in India, just about 6-7 years ago, we heard what was being called Make in India. All this was tailored towards, and let me give you a little strategic narrative to it and then build where we are coming to, was being talked about that India needs to become a manufacturing giant. India's current GDP stands at approximately $2.8 to $2.9 trillion. We need to double it practically to $5 trillion. And while we are doing that, we need to increase the manufacturing in the country to about 20 to 25%. This meant we need to actually double or triple the manufacturing in the country. And where do you do it? One of the white spaces available was defense and aerospace. If you take a look at auto sector, it's almost saturated. Most of the other sectors have very little white spaces left. But defense and aerospace was one sector which could provide that opportunity to help India become a nation which finds its rightful place in the committee of the nations of the world. And that how was this issue about Make in India started. So Make in India is no longer a matter of choice. In fact, it is an imperative on which we have to develop on. Coming down from there, if we were to fill those white spaces in the defense manufacturing, what you need is a vibrant defense industrial base. You need that base which has a technology ecosystem, which we heard in the morning, and you need a manufacturing ecosystem. A word about the technology ecosystem. This is the most critical thing. In fact, we always heard, it was always told that what you need in technology will either be not available or will not be affordable. And what is affordable, you really do not need it. Remember, technology denial will remain an instrument of foreign policy always. So what do you need to do? You need to develop that technology in-house. If you need to technology in the house, there are three parameters which are involved in it. First, we call the research and development, which should predominantly remain a function of the state-funded bodies, be it in the public sector or private sector. What we call technology readiness levels may be 1 to 4 in the basic technologies. The second part of this technology spectrum, and which has really changed the scene, is what we call innovation. And that's why what you are hearing today is this particular meeting. And the third part of the technology spectrum, interestingly, is breakthrough technologies. Also, while the first one, research and development of TR level 1 to 4, was a function of state funding with large enterprises, number 2 and 3 actually rest in the medium and small enterprises. Most of the breakthrough technologies in the world have actually germinated in these sectors. It's not a function of funding, it's a function of intellectual leveraging a future which he can see. That is the critical thrust which we talk about technology development. Interestingly, in technology development, often the breakthrough technologies move from bottom to up. Now, what is the second part which we need is the manufacturing ecosystem. Manufacturing ecosystem will revolve around skill sets, your ability to manufacture, and the capacity to manufacture. I can assure you, sir, Indian industry is today well equipped to handle that. There may not be capacities available, but capacity is a function that when you will have an order book, you will be able to create capacities because it does not take a very long time. That ecosystem, fortunately in defense and aerospace, flows from up to down. In technology, it goes from down to up. Here it goes from up to down. You have large-scale enterprises, which will be integrators. You have the next level, which is the tier 1 subsystem suppliers. You have tier 2 and tier 3, which could be at component chain. It's a wonderful process. When you develop this ecosystem, you actually create a vibrant manufacturing base in the country. There are a lot of studies which say the multiple is 5 to 6 times when you create a single job at the large-scale enterprise level in defense and aerospace. And that is what is needed. India is a young country. Average age of an Indian today is 33 years. In 5 years, it is going to be 29 years. It will unleash workforce of 400 million young people looking for opportunities. And unless you provide this kind of multiplier, you will never be able to create those jobs. So that is the compulsion which led us to this. With this as the top level overview of where we are, let me get down to the criticality of the subject which we are talking about. If you take a look at the opportunity, we have very clearly listed out that today our manufacturing is approximately $11 billion, and next 4 to 5 years, this should become $25 billion. So you are looking at a multiple of 2.5 from what you are doing today. This is the value of the opportunity, which is being listed out very clearly. Now, we are also talking that out of that, $5 billion will be exports. Now, coming back to the point, let's take a look at the key point on Navy's indigenization. Indigenization actually is a very passive word. It should not be used. It is what you call is catching up with some technology which is already there, you are trying to indigenize. We are not wanting to do that. We want to become innovators so that other people come and take a look at our weapon platforms. So let's take the key point, which is innovation or Swavlamban, which is Atmanirbharta. So what are the spaces in the weapon systems? We heard, and I think I'm aware, Navy has spearheaded the effort to do self-reliance in their field for many years. In fact, in the industry, we always hold Navy as the flag bearer of these initiatives. Wonderful thinking, always ahead of the requirement. Now, in that particular scenario, I am told 90% self-reliance has been achieved in the so-called the floating part of the weaponry or the weapon systems or the ships which we are talking. But in the space of weapons, which is what was the subject, this figure still remains around 40 to 50%. And without a weapon, a ship is only a flotilla. It will not be able to fight a war. And that is where the opportunity lies of creating this 40% to that 80, 90% going forward into the future. And which are the areas? We are talking about naval guns, we are talking about launchers, we are talking about ammunition. One thing which is the future buzzword for this is longer ranges, precision strikes. So what you need to hit much longer, and you need to have a precision strike. This will require all the technological developments which are required. I would not, as a chairman of a session, would be talking about our own achievements. It is incorrect. But I would just like to make a mention that a company like us started just about 7 years ago, and today we created 7 land artillery platforms. So it's not a big deal to create a gun system for the Navy, for which we have been dependent on outside sources for a long time. It can be done. And the best example of really hand-holding came when this was spoken, and it was immediately accepted. Let's make one program on this. This is the kind of initiative which is required on all kinds of weapon platforms. You will be able to weaponize your floating mass, where we have almost 90% of self-reliance, into a weapon of the future. And we have the capability to do. And for doing that, we need people in all spectrums. It is not large companies alone. You need companies of medium, small enterprises. You need IDEX challenges. You need million such things. In the morning, it was mentioned that approximately 50 to 60 crores have been used for IDEX challenge so far. But what it has unleashed a million minds in this country. You have 800 startups which are vying, and what is the money spent? Practically nothing. So this is exactly the kind of movement which needs to be started on high technology. And I can assure you the wherewithal is there. In this country, the talent exists, the gray matter exists. Till now, this talent has been utilized by countries outside our own motherland. This now needs to start being utilized by us. And for that, their policy framework is literally in place. What we need is a road map to unshackle innovation in this country. And once you have that roadmap, sir, nothing can stop us from becoming total self-reliant in all parts of weaponry or weapon systems or whatever we require in all the three services. With this as my portion of the talk, I'll hand it over to Admiral Vashisht to take it forward from here.
Thank you, sir, for an enlightening address. And as you rightly said, we need a roadmap to unshackle. And I feel this is one very strong step which you have taken here, is an initiative towards the thing which you said. Now, may I request our first speaker, Rear Admiral Sanjay Mishra, to share his views on adaptation of resident technology in industry to develop indigenous state-of-the-art weapon systems. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Sorry, is it okay? Yeah. I have a penchant for, trying to say something new, and this is the first thing that I could do because we sat in the morning, and so good afternoon now. What realized or kind of dawned on me was that it's very difficult to move out of the shadows of my Chief of the Naval Staff, Admiral K.B. Singh. And he has known me as somebody who's been coming up with crazy ideas. So what I'll try and do is share something very crazy, or should I say disruptive, just so that we get actually what we want. Now, we've been talking about indigenization and innovation. I would say, why don't we look at indigenous innovation? As the author of this word, Swavlamban, where initially it was supposed to be an acronym for Systems, Weapons, Aviation, Electronics, Atmanirbharta Abhiyan, because that book was compiled by me when I was the DG in AI. And my chairman said that Swavlamban is all about being independent. So what is it that actually makes us independent? There were two movies which had come when I was young. One was Born Free, the other one was Living Free. Here, probably it has to be a bit different. It has to be living free and then born free. We have to find indigenous solutions, but how do you get to solutions when we ourselves are not very clear as to what the problem is? Most of the times, although we keep saying that we are not chasing, what we actually trying to do is cloning systems. We say that we are not chasing, but we are cloning systems. We are developing, we said in the morning, somebody said that 100 challenges being thrown up, 75 being realized, and small versus black platforms, focus in technologies. Yes, my friend ACNS SR, he said that technologies are fine, but technologies have to relate to products, and products have to go on board ships. So how do you define as to what is it that you actually require? I'll just give you a small example. We have these wake-homing torpedoes. Now you want to counter the wake-homing torpedoes, right? So you say, let's get a miniaturized torpedo which is going to take on, move much faster and shoot this incoming wake-homer down. But is that the only way that you can take care of a wake-homer? Or what we can do is take these small floating depth charges and just chuck them out in the wake of a ship. The wake-homer comes, collides with one of these depth charges, and boom, that's the end of a wake-homer. We have to think differently. We have come to a stage where we can decide on our concept of operations rather than take a product and then develop concept of operations around it. Let's look at our indigenous concept of operations and then see whether we can develop a product for meeting those concepts of operations. That is something which is required. I happen to be reading one of these guys called Song Jin. You know, after I retired, I was seeing a lot of Korean dramas and got fascinated by one of these Crash Landing on You, and so I just wanted to be correct because that Soya Jin's really hit on me. So Song Jin says that we need technological excellence, and this guy happens to be the chairman of Development Research Center. Now look at what the Chinese are doing. They are doing research on what they want to develop. Now is the time when we need to dehyphenate research from development. Develop something and do research for what you want to develop. And that's what I was coming to. Decide on your concept of operations, and once you've decided on that, look at what is it that you want to do. Because innovations can be of hazard types. The very concept of what is innovation. You could do process innovations and get things out faster. You could do product innovations and come up with new products. But why not innovate on concepts? You've got a threat. How do you want to engage the threat? Once you have that, you will be able to get products in a much quicker time frame, because there is resident technology that's available there, and that's probably, to my mind, where NIIO should come in. The users should be defining a particular problem that they have, and NIIO should map what technologies are available to us at that point in time and how to attend to that problem in a shorter time frame. In a mid time frame, probably you could look at developing technologies. But the problem is that we actually aren't getting products that we require on board our ships. I'm sorry, I'm getting back to my uniform days rather than talking about economic explosives. But that is what the bottom line is. That we need to get products in a quicker time frame. I'll just give you an example. Economic explosives has now moved into loiter munition and drones, etc. So there was a problem that the CAPF were having with these Naxalites and the sorts. So what we did was that from this famous movie Behind Enemy Lines, we took a simple hexacopter, put some payloads on it. This thing goes up 300 meters, where it's neither audible nor can you actually see it. Goes, drops it down, and that's the end of it. Something very simple. But somebody would call it out of the box. somebody would say, well, there is nothing in it. The fact remains that there was a problem, and that problem could be taken care of. Another very small example, ordnance factories, in fact, our 30mm munition. Ordnance factories have been laboring for almost 20 years to develop something called a smokeless charcoal. And they hadn't been able to do it. And this charcoal was being imported all along from Czechoslovakia and Slovakia now, because the wood that they make out there produces less amount of ash. Now, what these guys did was some jiggery-pokery, mixed up something, and functionally they could handle that particular movement or that particular thing that was required in a fuse, where they could indigenize this small, tiny explosive component which was required for that fuse. If you don't get that explosive from abroad, you can't make those fuses. But they were able to indigenize it. Now, once the ordnance factories got to know that this has been indigenized by this particular firm, they said, why don't you give it to us? So we said, okay, take it. And then sure enough, they tested it and said, no, it's not meeting the spec. So I went back and told them, is it meeting the requirement? Are you so clobbered down with just that meeting that spec? Or is it that you want a functional equivalent? So these are those very small things that one really needs to look at. Now, again, we have got so many of the industry reps out here. Another thing that I find is that too many people chasing a very small pie. And everyone talks about it. People say that it's technology intensive, this and that. But again, it comes down to making products. And if products doesn't fetch a company enough money, they will not want to come in it. They'll come for a while, then move out probably. So instead of getting into competition, could we create an ecosystem whereby we are actually cultivating competence in certain sectors and then vertically moving up those sectors rather than, as the chairman said, they've produced 7 artillery, land artillery systems. I really don't know how many of them actually moved into the Indian Army, because only once they move into the Indian Army do you get return on your investments. I mean, philanthropy is fine, but I've begun to realize that philanthropy really doesn't work. I mean, if you make an industry run and you have to answer your shareholders. So whatever investments you're making, you actually have to get enough back from it. And that will only happen if concentration of effort is not diluted. You are concentrating on a particular sector, there's someone else who's concentrating on another sector, and then probably we're marrying up. And that's the way the world moves. You look at MBDA, they've got Roxel who's doing the motors for them. They've got somebody who's doing seekers for them. They've got somebody who's doing the casings for the motors. So that probably is the way forward. I'm sorry, I think I've gone beyond my time. But again, I'm not to blame. It's my chief of the naval staff who's to blame, because every time I face him, it's difficult for me to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And I will request the speakers that we are only left with 23 precise minutes. Now, we can stick to our time. Now, I request the next speaker, Dr. Patanjali, to share his invaluable experience in achieving Atmanirbharta in manufacturing of advanced weapon batteries for torpedoes and missiles. Over to you, Dr. Patanjali.
Thank you, sir. Good day to you all. Thanks for this opportunity provided to me to present about our company, High Energy Batteries India Limited. It's a company situated at Mathur village near Tiruchirappalli. And our company started in the year 1979 at the insistence of the government of India, especially from the air headquarters. Earlier they were using the ground starting aggregate, and they were having difficulty in having the internal start battery for the MiG aircrafts. So there was a requirement to post to our chairman, who was by himself a very staunch freedom fighter and a lawyer by profession. So he took it up on himself and went to the US, got the technology transfer for the establishment of the silver zinc technology in this country in the year 1979. And he also had the concept of reverse brain drain, that is by employing a retired director of R&D from the company where we had the collaboration. Of course, with the needed permission from the government of India, the US government, because it's a strategic area where we have been working. And from then on, from 83 onwards, we established our R&D facilities and developed many of the battery systems for heavyweight torpedo, lightweight torpedo, and today we are working on systems like silver oxide zinc, silver chloride magnesium seawater activated battery, and we can also work on systems of the order of 300 to 400 kilowatt. Starting from 25 kilowatt to 400 kilowatt, we have got the ability, and we are very fortunate. Government has been encouraging us, especially the Naval Inspectorate. There is an office set up in our place itself for the last 25 years plus. We have a Naval Armament Inspectorate there at our place. And some of the times we have developed the batteries on record time also, because of the non-availability or the critical nature that it exists. In about 6 months' time, our DGNA was very instrumental at that time. And all the inspectorate people, including SSQAG, DGAQA, IFL, and then CEMILAC, for all the defense services, for the Army, Navy, Army battle tank, there was a hold up in the fire control system because the battery that is used, the lead acid battery, used to fail when the load on it is much higher than what it can really take care. So at that time we suggested a nickel cadmium battery, and then it became a very big success, and in the last 20 years plus it has been a good success for all the Arjun and other main battle tanks. On similar lines, for all the fighter aircrafts, Jaguar, Mirage, Chetak, Cheetah, helicopters, even at high altitudes, very high altitudes, I have myself been fortunate to be there in Leh Ladakh area for a while to have the batteries qualified. And it has been a very, very interesting as well as educative nature what we have gone through. Many times it is tedious also. At the same time, it leaves us with a lot of experience at the end of the day to take on to the next level. For instance, some of the tests that ought to be done out in the sea, we have done the static discharge test, what we call as SDT at our place, and we have also done these simulated sea trials. The sea trial per se, what you do with a lot of logistics and advanced monitoring systems, we have perhaps simulated with the afterbody, the torpedo afterbody and other things, simulating the sea conditions as well. And these are all some of the things that we have done. And for these test facilities, really speaking, immediately the test facility is not available. So we will have to first define as to what is the test that we will have to do, how to go about, devise it, and then arrange for it and test it also. What it gives is that it gives enormous flexibility, the parametric studies, the technical data, whatever has to be generated to impart the confidence to go into the sea. Certainly it gets done in the laboratory condition, and we have a good facility also. So these are some of the areas that we have been working, and in the recent past we have started working on newer systems for high altitude sub-zero requirements, and the lithium ion and other systems are coming up. Though it is highly investment intensive, we don't intend to get into the cell manufacture per se, but certainly we are discussing for some of the strategic applications to go with those batteries. And we are also working on fuel cells for again remote area, high altitude, silent power RAPS operation, that is remote area power supply operations. So these are all some of the things that we have been doing. At this stage we have the readiness per se to take on further. We are working on further things. Since 1983 we have got an established laboratory, and all our development are taking place in close coordination with, of course, supported by the Naval Headquarters, Air Headquarters, all the defense agencies only place the orders, and DRDO labs also. We have developed batteries for all the IGM-DP programs. And recently we are fully qualified with our battery for BrahMos as a unified version which goes into all the three services, the land, sea and air versions. all the three unified so that the standardization will be there and the logistics stockpiling difficulty will not be there. So these are all some of the things we work very much in hand with the inspectorate as well as the defense agencies. And we are very fortunate that we are into this Atmanirbhar over the last 40 years plus, and we want to continue further, and we look forward to a lot more support because India is also coming up with a lot more needs, and the needs are also really challenging compared to what it used to be, and the facilities are also available in plenty. So meeting the challenges, in our opinion, is also not so very difficult as it used to be in the earlier days. So with these few words, I again thank all the people for this, giving this opportunity. And in Tamil we used to say, Enna valam illai in the Tirunattil. So we have everything in this country, and it's only that we will have to go to it and then make it happen. Certainly we are there. We seek your support and encouragement. Wish you all a very healthy life. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patanjali. I will request the speakers within this specified time, if you can just put up what are the challenges you are facing there, how the forum can help you. That will be better for similar kind of industries if you can get a way ahead for those kind of problems. That's okay, we'll discuss. We will discuss subsequently. May I request now our next speaker, Shri V. Venkata Raju, for presenting his views on opportunities, strengths, and areas requiring support from services towards indigenous manufacture of missile components. Over to you, Mr. Raju.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, it will be my privilege to be part of the Indian Navy Swavlamban Atmanirbhar Bharat indigenization to innovation. Of course, my chairs spoke about importance of indigenization to innovation. I will not touch on that. I'll move on to the next slide. So, the Atmanirbhar Bharat is an emotional connect to all of us because we talked from the morning and we are talking in many forums. I realized that there is a need to put the big picture of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So therefore, I've chosen this slide, putting the technologies, policies, the industry experience, and challenges and then benefits together in one slide. So it is colorful and it is also a complex. And of course, I have a short time to cover up this. We all know the evolution of DPP, Make in India, Made in India, and the Atmanirbhar Bharat, which I have seen the journey. And of course, I am also fully aware the industry has, first of all, I want to thank PSUs and then DRDO. So industry has now grown from components to the systems, which is another important aspect. Then also we have to recognize the MOD's effort for the offset. So therefore, industry has got international exposure. Now we also have to respect the infotech revolution, which we are using extensively today, and which is very, very vital to have to catch up the industry 4.4 revolution. So since the paucity of the time, I will try to cut some of the points. So if you see I have depicted the inner circle with a lot of images, which talks predominantly the armament and armament delivery systems. So it covers most part of the armament, including the aircraft. So start with the fuses. Industry, including VEM, has progressed very well in this area, be it proximity sensors, range of safer normings, of course, varieties of safer normings, including ESAFs, then pyros and slappers, and which are all the upcoming, and TBI, so on. So thanks to the international exposure and some of our R&Ds helped us, the industry, to catch up these technologies. On the right side, if you see the servo actuation like BLDC, BLDAC, LVDTs, all the sensors including ball screw, roller screw, we have integrated to a great level, and then the next step is to put bearings also into the system. Then I think we will excel in this area. So, and I want to tell you, WAM is one of the pioneers in this area. We are doing good job, and then we are now aiming for the futuristic systems in the servo area. Coming to the launchers and then missiles, of course I'm covering about 3 types of missiles there, but I'm not going to talk because they're all only depicting the pictures. But we have 2 critical aspects which I want to tell you. When it comes to the top side in ATGM, you all know BDL and the industry together, we have produced over SS-11 to Concours, Milans, about 70,000 missiles, right? Of course, you know, we have built a lot of infrastructure. If you want to really catch up 3rd gen and then subsequent variants, we need to really create a lot of changes in our infrastructure and then build a lot of capacity, which needs a lot of investments. But the efforts around WAM is actually one of the participant in this Make in India program. Our system is under trials. We have made a good progress there, and that will give the way for WAM to catch up many other missile systems. If you see the extreme light rafts, the Seekers, WAM has built an exclusive facility to produce Seekers. So we have realized a K-band Seeker because we have chosen a K-band Seeker because if you can bring a small Seeker, you can build from there. So we have all the critical components in a Seeker. So now I think few other industries also catching up on the Seeker front, but definitely WAM had a breakthrough. And then I also want to share, we are working very closely, Navy is hand-holding us. And this is one example of public-private partnership where we are now, in the process of establishing a Seeker for a cruise missile. Okay, because I'm only allowed to talk this extent, but definitely we are doing good here. And on the ultra-optical front, if you see that image, you can see the maturity of the industry, so we could realize the product to an international class. Of course, we have been, our first ultra-optical system along with the Bell and DRDO developed for symbolic class. Then, today we have grown to the next level. We have integrated a lot of sensors together, electronics together now, like, electronics now plug and play, so we can really quickly configure any systems requirement. On the missile front, we are now further moving up, like we have built all the building blocks like data links. Then, we have also realized a lot of critical electromechanical components. Otherwise, you can't make an Apple phone, right? So we need to really develop critical, subassemblies, electromechanical subassemblies, including packages of thermal battery, lithium-ion batteries, and so on. See, what we are trying to do at WAM and along with our supply partners, ships we can't really indigenize. It takes time because it needs a lot of investment. But we are seeing other than ships anywhere, be it a precision mechanical component or a electromechanical component or anything which we can imagine we can really produce in India. Not necessarily, I call it as an indigenization effort, but we are now trying to put things together, okay, and then trying to develop those components. So therefore, dependency on outside will reduce. So on the aircraft side, we are a major partners to LCA, and then we're also,
Mr. Raji, may I request you to sum up, please?
Yeah. So then, I just want to cover a few things, like what is critical for us to grow, to catch up this, the future. There's a big opportunity of $1 trillion, but for us, at least we need to spend a few $100 billion in the infrastructure, skilling, scaling, and so on. And then we also need to work closely with Navy or other services for the systems knowledge. And also we need to have facilities like integrated infrastructure to catch up to the needs of the services. With this, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Raju. You appraised us about your capabilities, and Navy is already taking assistance from you for meeting our life extension requirements, meeting our indigenization efforts, industry and drive requirements, and I'm sure hand in hand we'll meet our naval requirements. May I request now our next speaker, Mr. Vikas. Please come and share thoughts on opportunity strength and areas requiring support from services towards India's manufacture of critical components. Please.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'll try to concise everything. I know I'm the last speaker of this. Yeah, I represent Precision Power Products. We are basically into manufacturing, mainly indigenously designing, validating, and various technologies and its applications in power electronics. It is in sensor developments, and it is in embedded systems which require. And then we integrate the whole thing also. The major applications have been for Indian Navy. And now we are indebted that we have got an opportunity to implement this knowledge, experience, everything, harnessing into the products for naval armament. I personally see that medium enterprises like us has a large potential role playing into the self-reliance of our country. Most of us, we hold the best talents. We belong to the best institutes worldwide, and we are truly motivated. We do look at these opportunities as truly contributing to the self-reliance of our nation. While we have advantage of being agile, much faster in response, we do perceive few challenges under the make-to products of naval armaments. We come across delays. We have to acquire a lot of domain knowledge. While in the domain knowledge, we have to acquire typical talents. And these delays do affect our financial resources, planning, and make our efforts vulnerable. On occasions, we attempt new projects on development and in anticipation of the past project payments in time. However, unwarranted situations arising out of delayed in such payments, it puts our industry in a challenging situation. Our resources are limited, being a SME, being a small and medium sector. But we always have multiple development projects in hand. And the product developments of such scales demand 60 to 70% of our resources. Also, with the spread of ideology of Atmanirbhar across the world, the present suppliers from other countries have certainly perceived the threat to their markets in India. They make an effort to align with local munition companies to integrate their product and still meeting the 40% import norms. This makes a business sense, but the country will still remain away from the Swavlamban into the core technologies which would be still required for the ammunitions. So, hence, to harness the true potential of small and medium sector, the deserving industries which already we are identifying, they can expect following assistance. Normally, the projects under Make-2, they are to be funded on our own. So we believe that for the project, when it comes to a stage of field testing, the field, if they are made available to us at a free of cost, because we have to go for number of field trials, and bearing the cost of field trials definitely burdens and increases cost of the project. So those field trials or the field testing platforms, they can be made available to us free of cost. The cost of testing at various levels in various DRDO labs, that can be extended to us to again support or reduce on the project cost, maybe at subsidized rates or if possible at free of cost there. The industry of course will bear the cost of coordination of the testings, because we'll have to put a lot of people there, we have to make arrangements of people, we have to make test jigs, we have to make other arrangements. So that anyway will come under the coordination. but the basic NABL accreditation labs support can be extended. Even if a valid proposal for complete munition under Make 3 is feasible, the Make 2 project can still be encouraged if the industry is willing to continue the same. The progress made by the unit can be judiciously assessed. However, the challenge of competing for that industry to the cost of with an established foreign company aligned with a local munition company will still be remain, and that's okay. So, and against a project supply order, when an industry reaches to a proof of concept level, or when it is certain the stages for the validation of the product can be finalized, timeline, so that the whole process later on, it goes time bound and the delays can be avoided, so that the burden on the industry of the time is considerably reduced. I'm not here seeking, though I'm not seeking here any funding possibilities when the proof of concept is there. If it can be explored against some bank guarantees or against stringent security, that is also welcome. We believe that this will enable any good small and medium enterprises to truly apply the knowledge acquired, expertise gained, and the experience obtained in further similar requirements to come. This will reduce the cost. This will make the industry more competitive. This will also avoid repetitive efforts on similar technologies. If the above issues that I have brought out are addressed and assistance is provided by government and Indian Navy, I can assure that small and medium enterprises like us can play a major role in meeting the armament requirements of the Navy. I have tried to open my heart as head of an SME, a technocrat, and someone who feels that we owe our nation to contribute from our chosen dharma. Thus, the industries of our scale feel indebted, and we are also well aware of the responsibilities ahead. I'm sure with the positive synergy between Indian Navy and Indian industry, we shall definitely be able to meet the goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Vikas, for a very crisp and informative talk. With this, we have completed a talk by our 4 speakers. Now, House is open for questions, but because of paucity of time, I feel I will be able to take only, sir, with your permission, 2 questions. Okay, please. Any questions? Anybody? Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. My name is Jay and I'm from representing Shivnadar University. My question is specifically for Dr. G. Patanjali. Basically, sir, we are having multidisciplinary research focused university with lithium-ion battery as one of our research areas for our faculties, and they have filed a patent also. So any collaboration that can be done and possible from your company for scaling up these things?
Actually, in the process of this armament batteries and other things, we do collaborate with a good number of institutes, and we have MOUs with, it has been in practice over the last 20 plus years with IIT Mumbai, IIT Chennai, and Amrita University, and in our nearby Trichy NIT. So on similar lines, we can certainly collaborate. In fact, we do encourage people doing research on a chosen topic, because some of the facilities that are available at our place and the constant interaction that our human resource can give. Like that, people have done and graduated to the PhD level also. Certainly we can look into it. It is possible.
Yeah, please, that's it.
Sir, good afternoon. I'm Commander Anurag Bais. The question is to the forum rather than to a particular person, sir. So what I've seen in the session 1 and session 2, we have emphasized more on the product life cycle as well as the technology life cycle, and we have emphasized on the process also in this session. So my question is that I'm not able to understand why there is so much emphasis on product time, the completion timelines for a product or innovation, because understanding that any product which develops has to be run by any services for a period of 30 to 40 years. So why emphasis purely on the product lifetime so that it can be completed in that particular time period?
Firstly, I really don't think we can afford to keep any product today for 30 to 40 years. When the average lifetime of a technology is about 10 years. So, yes, there were times where you could use a product for 40 years, but as the advances in technology move ahead, as I look at it, you're going to have products where the life cycle is just about 6 to 7 years. You will have to upgrade it thereafter because things are going to change. So 30 years and 40 years, I think it's a thing of the past. We actually have much shorter lifetimes, but advances taking place in technology. Look at your car. Your grandfather probably would have driven an Ambassador, which your father also drove. Today, every second year you get a new model. So that's the way it is.
Gentlemen, we could have taken more questions, provided the time were here with us, but the time is not allowing us to go ahead with further discussion. With this, sir, may I request now the session chairman, Shri Ranjan Singh Bhatia, to kindly conclude the session and take forward the important outcomes of the session, please.
I think we had a very interesting discussion and interesting viewpoints. I think 2-3 points only stand out as the action points to be taken out of the session. One, was very clear that we need a quicker time frame for development of a weapon platform and getting into service. It was also referred to by another speaker when he talked about doing simulated sea trials. So the key point here is, and this also partially answers the question which was asked, that technology lifespan has reduced drastically. Newer and newer technologies are available. Yes, a platform may not per se undergo a change, but the weapon systems, many other technologies which are residing on that platform would undergo a change. So we need to find a way that we are able to develop something and introduce that into the services into a shorter time frame. And simulation is a way forward. The second point which was mentioned was making available the testing facilities at a subsidized rate for development projects. Now this actually, since there was a mention in the morning for the states, this could even be done by the states. This could even be done by people. There are, say, chambers, there are things which are available, there are ranges which are available. So even states could help in that. But the key point here is that small and medium enterprises and also large-scale enterprises require testing places, and if these could be made available at concessional rates, will help a lot in the development. And the last point, which I could feel from the talk of those speakers, was there is an emotional connect of all levels of industry, be it small, medium or large, with Swavlamban, which we are talking about. I think the time is right. If we don't do it now, it will never happen in this country again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. On the conclusion of this enriching session on armament, I would like to once again thank Shri Ranjan Singh Bhatia, session chair, our eminent speakers, members of the audience for their participation and cordial cooperation. Thank you. Shamna Varna Jai Hind.
May I request Rear Admiral Vashishta to kindly hand over the seminar memento to the chairman. May I now request the chairman to present the seminar memento to the speakers. Rear Admiral Sanjay Mishra, VSM, retired. Shri V.V. Raju. Dr. G.A. Patanjali. Shri V.V. Bhambudekar. I kindly request the panelists on stage to please take a seat in the audience. Thank you, sir. May I now request the chairman, moderator, and the speakers of the next session to please take the dais. Thank you, sir. Moving on, the next session is on aviation, having the theme Aviation in the Era of Algorithmic Warfare. The session will be moderated by Rear Admiral Deepak Bansal, VSM, Assistant Chief of Naval Staff, Air Material. The Admiral is an alumnus of the Indian Naval Academy and was commissioned into the service on 1st August 1987. He is a qualified air engineer on Sea King helicopters and has held various frontline, second line, instructional, marine, and staff appointments. The Admiral has also served on board naval ships INS Tir, INS Sujata, and INS Rana. The flag officer is a recipient of the Vishesh Seva Medal in 2014, Dr. V.M. Ghatage National Aeronautical Award in 2018, and Chief of Staff Commendation from the Armed Forces of the Philippines. The Admiral is currently heading the Air Material Branch at the Naval Headquarters. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Ishan. Distinguished Chair, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor to moderate a session comprising some of the best thinkers in the country to share their perspective on algorithmic warfare in aviation, which deals with autonomous systems powered with artificial intelligence in a network-centric battlefield. While to some the topic may seem a little too futuristic, however, after listening to the panelists, we would realize how much work is happening globally. And unless India channelized its unique IT prowess and rich technical pool of human resource, we may yet again forfeit a great opportunity to become a world power in a true sense. The session would be steered by Admiral K.B. Singh, former Chief of the Naval Staff and Chairman, Naval Maritime Foundation. The Admiral is an alumnus of the National Defense Academy, Katakwasla. He was commissioned in July 1980 and earned his wings as a rotary wing pilot in 1981. He has flown both the Alouette and Kamov helicopters extensively. In a distinguished career spanning over 39 years, he has the distinction of shouldering every important assignment in the domains of training, staff, and operations, including appointments of DG Seabird, DCNS, and the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff. He was the Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Eastern Naval Command, prior elevation as the 24th Chief of the Naval Staff on 31st May 2019. This seminar is also a befitting tribute to Admiral K.B. Singh and Vice Admiral Ashok Kumar, who had conceived NIIO a few years ago. I now request the Admiral to deliver the keynote.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll start by making an opening statement on this theme, aviation in the era of algorithmic warfare, to set the stage for some very interesting presentations to follow, considering the eminent panelists assembled here. So I just want to make a few statements. One is that we've been at the inflection point of the industrial age and information age for some years now. And we can see this in our everyday lives, the way we operate our GPS and the smartphones, etc. And of course, in the way modern day warfare is panning out. Today we see information age tools, they're supplementing the industrial age weapons, and pretty successfully, and sometimes replacing them. In the unfortunate conflict in Ukraine, you have Bayraktar drones, switchblades, precision rockets which pinpoint accuracy, Elon Musk Starlink satellites. All these are becoming household names. So I think militaries and indeed nations have to think innovatively, respond swiftly, and act decisively if you have to embrace these changes. And I would say that we in the armed forces have to first become digitally adept to outcompete adversaries that are organized around the principles of industrial age, and concurrently adapt to compete in the information age or the algorithmic age. And in some way, they say data is the new oil and software is the new steel. So with this background, I'd like to make this is a futuristic session, so it's suddenly from nuts and bolts we are going into almost the air, aviation. So with this background, I'd like to make a few points to ponder on how the imperatives of information age impact us in naval aviation and indeed the Navy. And the impact is all pervasive, whether it's force structuring, whether it is operations, maintenance, to logistics. And let's first consider force structuring. In the past, the ACNS PNP might argue on this, but we have looked at force structuring primarily from a platform-centric prism. This has to change. This needs to change. And for this, I would like you to visualize the future Navy as a complex maritime kill web, which is seamlessly acquiring, processing, disseminating, and acting on a vast amount of data through a web of data links and communication systems. And ships, submarine, aircraft, space, cyber, unmanned systems, and indeed weapons, they are not entities on their own. They are simply ISR2 nodes. ISR2, R2 is for respond. So ISR2 nodes or ISR2 connectors that are the building block of this constantly morphing and upgrading maritime kill web. So what I'm trying to get at is the center of everything is your kill web or the network. So when we acquire air assets or start looking at air assets, getting excited by air assets, the first thing we need to ensure is how these assets will seamlessly augment this kill web. For example, I'll give you, can the P8I, the HALES, or the HAPS, which I'm sure Mao will talk about, act as combat clouds to a task force? to provide redundancy for communication satellites. What will it entail? In equipping, networking them ab initio, and then employing them. Because we should not be trying to integrate them later. Add to that, when you come to MUMT, now it is not manned or unmanned. It's a question of manned and unmanned. How? To really make MUMT work, we need to expand the use of networks, AI, faster speed of software upgradability, rapid rewriting of software, amongst others. And finally, when you look at long-range weapon systems, or weapons, not weapon system, weapons, they would need to be data linked to the web, maybe via an airborne connector like the UAV. So when we start thinking on all these platforms and weapons, we'll have to think of how they fit into this maritime kill web, and the QRs for our air assets or the ISR connectors should not be platform specific, but the QRs designed to make them integral building blocks of this kill web. This would apply to weapons also. So it's not about 5th or 6th generation platforms or aircraft, but it's about the next generation combat capability that the Navy wants. Only then, to my mind, we'll have a blended war-fighting capability so essential for algorithmic warfare. A blended kill web that combines surface, air, underwater, space, and cyber, leveraging AI, ML, robotics, networks, MUMT, etc. So lest this sound extremely difficult, I would hasten to add that modern technology can permit all this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that the processing power required on our platforms or connectors that we are talking about would be, to make them an effective part of the kill web would be less than what is required on a smartphone. And we could also perhaps follow the smartphone model of apps from an app store for integrating different connectors. So this is my first point. Second point is, of course, is the kind of revolution that modern day information tools can make to maintenance and logistics of aviation assets. And this revolution has started. We are trying to go paperless, and which will be followed by complete digitization, and somebody had raised this issue. Therefore, after that, I think imagination is the limit. What I can visualize is a pan-Navy centralized AMCO, or a data analysis center that would track performance of each platform or fleet in the air, online, thus making reliability-based maintenance and taut inventories a reality. It's already happening in the civil aviation. Thirdly, aviation training, whether it's aircrew or maintenance, in the information age to my mind, would primarily be simulator, emulator, VR or AR based. And this is highly doable. For those of you who don't know, the MH-60 Romeo aircrew training, 80% is done on simulators. And therefore training, whether it's ab initio, continuation or combat training, should shift to simulators. When I visited USS Carl Vinson, in the hangar, there were containerized F-35 and 60 Romeo simulators embarked on board, which the aircrew and ground crew used to stay current. And when the fleet synthetic trainer is being planned, I'm sure it will be quite incomplete unless all elements of aviation are incorporated. And last but not the least, when we come down, and this has been talked about before me, when you come down to getting all these ideas and concepts into deployable and supportable products for the Navy, from the industry, several realities confront us. For example, we have a capable private industry, we've got a strong academia, and a vibrant startup environment with excellent software skills. But can we get them to synergize fast enough to convert ideas to relevant products? Are our processes, both acquisition and financial, responsive enough? Has the Startup India action plan, which has been released recently, adequately percolated into our defense acquisition process? Why I'm saying all this is because system engineering processes are not optimal for software-based systems, because software-based systems operate on an iterative design approach. That's what dominates software design. So can we adapt our design and acquisition principles, which are presently accordingly to take care of all these software-based systems? Presently we've got all our the processes suited for the industrial age. We have to make sure that we can tweak them and make them suitable for this age. Okay, another question I have is, can the Navy, Indian Navy or the armed forces be viable venture capitalists as also integrators, as was tried out by Singapore through the DSTA? So these were some thoughts that I thought that I'll share with you to kickstart the session. Thank you so much for your time, and over to you, Deepak.
Thank you, Admiral, for setting the tone for the session. The first speaker, Shri Anshuman Tripathi, a member of National Security Advisory Board, Government of India, a Sloan Fellow from Stanford Graduate School of Business. He specializes in creating entrepreneurial ecosystems worldwide in semiconductors, cyber physical systems, aerospace, and defense. He holds a US patent in semiconductor chip design and has grossed over $1 billion in sales. A former head of business consulting of Starburst Accelerator, the world's largest aerospace and defense startup, and a thought leader in flying cars and drone taxis. He has reviewed the US government's much acclaimed SBIR program for over a decade. More recently, he has been the chief mentor for Meher Baba Swarm Drone Competition of the Indian Air Force. Shri Anshuman Tripathi, please come.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Admiral Saab. That was a great presentation you started off with. I hope I can, add to that. The kill web that you talked about. I'm really impressed that you brought it all in together. If I start with my presentation, I have to start with a small premise that is inspired by AI. It is built on publicly available data and my opinions and my analysis of that public data. With that, I suppose it will be of inspiration to a lot of us. But when we talk about algorithmic warfare and we talk about how it is progressing, it's good to look where the starting is. If I look at the three most famous planes of the time right now, F-16, F-22, and the F-35, and we look at how many lines of code they've had over the years, if we start from the original one which came out on the F-16A Block 1, 1974, it about 1.3 lakh lines of code, 134K. I mean, that's nothing. In comparison to the F-35 in 2012, had about 10 million lines of code just on the operational part of it. If you add the other data that goes onto the plane, the data that I have is from 2012. That's exactly 10 years ago. It was 24 million lines of code. It is said the F-35 gets 90% of its lethality from the software. So software is the key. We can talk about different parts of software. We can talk about predictive analytics. We can talk about machine learning. We can talk about all kinds of new words and new lingo, but it's software. And before I go ahead, I want to re-emphasize, or at least I should emphasize first, India is a software superpower. So if the future is all software, who does it belong to? It belongs to India. Now, there might be a few people who might feel differently, but that is the reality. If we look at what software would look like going forward in the 6th generation or even the 7th generation fighter planes, I'm expecting about half a billion to a billion lines of software code. We talk about a loyal wingman that's making one UAV work with a fighter plane. 2 years ago, I did the Meher Baba competition. We already have drone swarms. You can do 20 drones, 50 drones. There are other programs which have shown 100 or even more. Why are we thinking that in 30 years, I mean in 2030, 10 years plus from now, we'll have a single fighter plane with one single, Khalasi kind of a UAV? Why? The technology is here today. 10 years down the road, it will be even further ahead of the game. I'm expecting a 6th or 7th generation plane will be inside a bubble of drones. You can't reach it. And it's easier to do. How many drones do you need to create that kind of a bubble? Not more than 20 or 30. You can do the math. You can look at how agile the UAVs would be. But it will be like today the Navy has an aircraft carrier. It goes with its own armada of ships, frigates, destroyers, blah, blah, blah. You name it better. You know it better than I do. Going forward, I expect a manned plane up in the air to be supported by a huge chunk of unmanned aircraft. So we got the full spectrum. We started from fly-by-wire, and we are now coming down to taking decisions on our own. We are having the AI helping us take decisions. And now there's a lot of talk about what if there is no human in the loop? What happens if the solutions work on their own and they don't allow a human to come into the picture? What if they don't allow, they self-replicate? Well, so the last two portions still require a few technologies to be invented. They are not happening. So we are presently stuck in this area where the decisions are being aided. But the person who's taking the decision is usually human or is allowed a human override. This is where we are. But if you look at recently, I'm forgetting the name, somebody from the DOD in the United States, or one Deputy Undersecretary of Defense or somebody out there said, we are actually stuck out here with human error. If you look at any human being, if you take a simple example of WhatsApp, we talk daily on WhatsApp. There's so many times autocorrect sends something across which is not correct. In the middle of a conversation, even in a WhatsApp, we make mistakes. You're expecting a human being to take a nanosecond, split-second decision with a barrage of data coming in. It's natural, it's possible. That is an area where we need to focus now. Computers can give you data, but you have to make the decision. We have to look from that perspective. The second part is we have a lot of decision-making happening on AI. Yes, it will be automated. There's a lot of talk about it. But is that perfect? That will depend on the data sets. If the data set is not complete, or even worse, if the data set has a bias. I'll give you an example of a bias. Back in the early 2000s, when I was in the US, I bought one of those TomToms, GPS, which will give me directions. It was voice activated. And I'm quite sure in that voice-activated team in the United States, there's a sizable percentage of engineers who are of Indian descent or Indians. But to my utter surprise, that TomTom did not understand my Indian English accent. If I asked him, where is the nearest Walmart? It will not be able to understand. It needed a pretty strong American accent to be able to understand what I was trying to say. If I don't speak that way, it ain't going to take me where I want to go. So that is a problem. The data set which was being trained was wrong. Recently, somebody made a statement that if India gets S-400, it will be difficult to provide it with F-35s in the near future because the machine learning skills of S-400 would probably pick and compromise the lethality of F-35. Somebody said that. I don't know exactly who. I'm forgetting who said that. But this was a concern. Why? Because there are data sets which are being kept in control. Now look at the Russian and Ukrainian conflict. Globalizations are going to get reduced. Tech sovereignty comes into picture. Data sets are going to be, I'd prefer not to use data as a new oil because today we see oil is oil and data is data. because all of a sudden oil has become a new commodity of strength. So coming back, what is possible and what we can do in the Indian context? In 2018, the United States Department of Defense came up with an AI strategy. This year, the Government Accountability Office, GAO, took a review of that strategy and came up with 7 recommendations. Of those 7 recommendations, the recommendation number 6 was of strong interest and pertinence to India. What is it? Military services and other relevant entities to establish common terminology for AI-related activities. We can't have the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, Indian Air Force, the DRDO, SIDM, everybody talk different languages. Everybody use different lingo or same lingo with different meanings or different connotations. This is one point that we need to work on. And lastly, there are people here who are well more educated and well more experienced, have more wisdom. I would like to say warfare and warcraft are different. Algorithmic warfare is linear. There's a strong linear progression. Warcraft is non-linear. If you look today, Russia has not fired one bullet, one missile on NATO or EU. Not one. But the whole of NATO and the whole of EU right now is looking at winter. What will happen? So it's important we look at it from that perspective. But in short, algorithmic warfare shall be owned by India. India is a superpower. The Navy and other organizations are looking at getting new technologies. We've got the Naval Innovation Office, which is doing great work, and different entities working with the Indian young, youthful software engineers. We can make a lot happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Anshuman Tripathi ji. The second speaker for the session is Commodore Jaideep Maulankar. He is an alumnus of the National Defence Academy, Khadakwasla, and was commissioned into the Indian Navy in July 1985. A decorated Sea Harrier pilot who was trained at the IF's Test Pilot School and with the US Navy for carrier suitability trials. He was the chief test pilot for the IF's LCA program for more than 9 years. He has played a key role in the design of LCA Navy and holds the unique distinction of its first flight in April 2012, first ski jump launch ashore, first arrested landing ashore, and the historic first arrested landing and launch from INS Vikramaditya in January 2020. The Commodore is presently a Senior VP with New Space Research and Technologies Private Limited, Bangalore. Commodore Maulankar, please.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Mr. Tripathi stole some of my thunder because I was hoping to be the skeptic on the panel. But anyway, the flavor of the month is artificial intelligence, everything from a toaster to a car to a fighter jet, sports a sticker of AI inside. So actually all that it really refers to is a smorgasbord of automation, autonomy with a sprinkle of machine learning thrown in. Whatever your interpretation of machine learning happens to be, there are multiple interpretations of that. The very theme of this session itself, which is aviation in the era of algorithmic warfare, kind of neatly sidesteps the issue of being specific and encompasses all of this in one kind of word soup. So to be absolutely honest, I should be correctly classified as an AI skeptic. In fact, automation skeptic also. That might be surprising to many, considering my day job is to implement these kind of technologies. But I feel that rather than hindering me, it equips me better to exploit these technologies and ensure that they remain realistic and well-grounded in and create real combat capabilities. Given the short time allocated, I feel it would be better if I use my time to highlight the issues that are involved and that need to be gone into greater detail, obviously not on this forum. Like a good test pilot, I will list out a whole list of problems till you cry help, and only then will I attempt to give you any solutions. We can explore much more offline or Q&As. I'll try and do a little bit more than a simple laundry list. Now, algorithms in the cockpit are not something particularly new. Over the years, there's been a huge influx of automation, particularly into civil aviation. Unfortunately, this is largely driven by the structure of civil aviation, the economic model, the kind of certification model that seeks to do away with error. However, this, rather than leading to the expected elimination of error, has in fact almost created a new class of error. Automation-related accidents, everybody knows about 737 MAX. It's not the only example of algorithms gone wrong. As far as military technology is concerned, there is a massive buzz about the surge of new technologies that are going to revolutionize military aviation. Specifically, autonomous capabilities fueled by artificial intelligence and all the modern computational capabilities are expected to be the solution for all aviation problems. Now, one thing that we must understand is what is unique about aviation in this respect as compared to the other disciplines. The two specific things. Firstly, everything in aviation becomes time critical because most of the use cases, especially the warfare related cases, are time sensitive. Secondly is that almost everything has a very heightened penalty for any errors as I'm comparing these to systems which can afford to stop and still survive, whereas aeroplanes cannot afford that. Anything further that is related to usage of weapons is and over and above the fact that simply to survive, all the systems need to continue to work error-free. So if you study the kind of proliferation of systems of AI that have taken place in other areas, you will see that there is a default pattern. Everybody has kind of avoided these critical cases, and they're quite, they brush it off with man on the loop, man in the loop, those kind of terminologies, particularly when it comes to weapon launch. And everybody feels that they've kind of ensured safety by that process. Unfortunately, as the, again, Max case highlights, hazards are everywhere in aviation and not just related to weapons. And you can be assured, Max is not the only example of buried wormholes in aviation. Now, next thought. It's a fact that any degree of automation inevitably breeds overreliance by humans. Notwithstanding any number of disclaimers by the OEM, you can put all kinds of text and cautions in the manuals, but human beings are lazy, they become over-reliant. Very rapidly, this leads to a loss of actual skill sets. The human capability to supervise these autonomous capabilities goes down, and actually all of this runs directly counter to all the promises made during certification, which is that whenever this fails, allow us to introduce this technology, because whenever it fails, the human will take over. So you actually have a human who is losing his skills, who is expected to jump in fact is given fewer opportunities to actually operate hands-on, but is expected to jump in when the system fails, when the overall plant that he's trying to control is in its most degraded state. So you can see the recipe for disaster. In fact, there's a very baffling dichotomy that we, if you look, introspect, in the way we see these technologies in real life. So we all identify the hazards of an automatic door of a lift, and we caution our kids and our grandparents from make sure that they are escorted. But we are all very happy to queue up and buy tickets to a plane which is piloted by a largely procedurally trained pilot, whose skill set is not what is emphasized. I'm not saying they don't have skill set, but it's not the skill set that is emphasized. It is their procedural training that has got them to be where they are. My own son is trying to be a commercial pilot, so please excuse me, but I do have my opinions about it. Anyway, so there is a clear case to be made for adoption of these technologies, but with eyes clearly wide open. So some of the thoughts I'll just list out. This part might read like a bit of a list. What should be clearly apparent, my opinion, that these technologies our expectations need to be very strongly tempered and very realistically understood and set in terms of how we define our projects. The expectation that a technical solution can be found for all human problems, think again. A lot of these systems are premised on the eradicating pilot error. Now, a lot of these things that we're talking about originate from their origin story is the third offset strategy of US DoD. But remember that even that strategy seeks to restore, to recreate US preeminence by introducing only narrow AI to specific, narrow AI capabilities to specific areas under human supervision, not in lieu of humans. The expectation that all warfare will become unmanned itself has some inherent contradictions in it. Warfare is a contest between human wills, and therefore to threaten harm to the other human being is the inherent nature of warfare. So if, can you imagine a scenario where my unmanned systems go to war with your unmanned systems and neither of us feels pain? Never going to happen. The other guy is going to come after me by some other means. And the other thing, that increasing sophistication will lead us to increasing capabilities. Increasing sophistication is actually gobbledygook for increasing complexity of software. And we must understand how these lead to a whole new class of problems, and they're not the panacea for everything without a cost. I think this was already referred to, that our vocabulary needs to be common, and in fact, I think a lot of our muddle thinking originates from our very loose usage of words. So there's a very fuzzy understanding of unmanned, automatic, autonomous, AI, artificial intelligence versus intelligent assistance. There's a huge amount of complexity, increased complexity that is associated with each one of these terms, and each of them comes with certain characteristics which we must understand. From the old single input, single output kind of automation, think of lift doors. I am obsessed with lift doors. To single input, multiple output, or any one of a multiple combinations of outputs based on context. Which is these complex systems, algorithmic systems. Now imagine a system which has a perception layer, that means depending upon what it perceives the situation to be, and it is self-learning, that means it has grown from the time that you released that software. Now imagine the complexity of what is the assurance, or what is the certainty with which you can predict what the outcome is going to be when that system is confronted with a particular reality. Right. Moving on to the next thought, a strong driver for introduction of these complex technologies is the promise of doing better than the human being. It will be far superior to what a human being is. But just think of it this way: for a given level of technology, a human plus the latest level of technology will always be better than that latest level of technology. Very often we make the mistake of comparing human with the older generation of technology as compared to the newer generation of unmanned or non-human linked technology, which is not exactly an apples to apples comparison. So we really need to understand the relative strengths of humans versus these various terms that we talk of. And I'm talking about humans versus automation, human intelligence versus artificial intelligence. Even within AI, there is the whole machine learning domain, which is empiricist, versus the more rationalist form of coding, which automatically leads to explainability, greater explainability of the solutions that are proposed by the AI. So there is a whole lot of areas to be explored and understood before we bandy about this term.
Mauser, may I just request you to wind up, please?
So enough with this doom and gloom. Let me try and earn my pay here, which is to promote AI. What should we do to harness these capabilities without creating more problems? First is we must ensure that we have a calibrated application to human weakness and not just go about replacing the human. Assistance rather than supplanting humans is really the thing. Elegant design versus just throwing brute force computing at the problem and hoping that the problems will go away. In fact, if you just summarize the third offset suggestions, they actually ask us to focus on massive improvements in situational awareness, a very strong increase in decision support tools, flat hierarchies for information dissemination. Think of Uber-style kind of information dissemination. The Ukrainians are doing it with their artillery information system. And all types of teaming. By that I mean man-to-machine collaboration in the offline, non-kinetic kind of domain, man-to-machine, man-to-unmanned machine teaming, and unmanned-to-unmanned teaming, which is swarming. So with all of these, if we focus our areas, if we focus our intention, we will realize the need for explainability of the AI, and we will realize that in aviation, one of the biggest problems is going to be the hardware resource and the space and the time to be able to explain these really complex AI decisions, which AI promises to be able to take very non-intuitive decisions. But if you can't explain it to the pilot, how is he going to use them? Thank you.
Thank you, Mausa. Third speaker is Group Captain K.K. Venugopal, an alumnus of the National Defence Academy, Kadakwasla. He was commissioned into the fighter stream of the Indian Air Force in December 1989, a qualified flying instructor and an experimental test pilot who has flown 26 aircraft types, including 5 prototypes, logging more than 4,500 hours and counting. He has the unique distinction of performing first flight on 3 prototypes and is a winner of Vayu Medal Gallantry. On superannuation, the officer joined HAL and is presently serving as the Chief Test Pilot, Fixed Wing. Group Captain Venugopal, please.
Sirs, madams, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here on a panel chaired by Admiral K.B. Singh. I admire him a lot. And before anything further, I seek a little bit of indulgence from all of you, also from the coordinator for this session. I have his permission to overshoot. This is private network between us. And secondly, the session, I want to crack a joke. Nobody has done it. I was doing a staff course in UK, and the joke was that the worst enemy of the US Navy is not the Russian Navy or the Chinese Navy, is the US Air Force. So just in case there is any contagion spreading here, I want to say that I've hung my uniform in 2016, and I represent part of industry, more than anything else, aviation industry. So I'm friendly. With those 2 jokes, I'll get right on to the track. 2 of my predecessors, in fact, all the 4 speakers before me, made some very important points. So with your permission and indulgence, I will skip some of my slides. Being the classic flyboy, erstwhile, the DNA is strong, it doesn't get out. It has got a lot of flashy slides, and I have thrown in a couple of doctrine points also just to make some brownie points. But I seek your indulgence so that I can come to the meat of the matter. Next slide, please. This is the context. My predecessor spoke very well. It just says that AI is an innovation supercharger. It automates labor, and whoever harnesses it, is going to retain an advantage, a disruptive advantage, not only now, for the future, for the coming years. You can't take away that advantage that he gets from AI because of this. Next. Okay, so my thoughts, I wanted to spend 3 key hooks and then explain what is that I can cover. But I understand very well that the serial number 1, hashtag number 1 has been adequately covered. And I want to contain my talk only to military aviation. Because if I open it up to civil, it is vastly different and really much bigger topic. So I will concentrate on those 2 second questions that are important. Next, please. This is already known, so I don't want to dwell here. Next. My predecessor brought about a lot about codes, but I just want to say the real important point about AI or algorithm actually goes back to Norden bombsight, which gave a 32 feet circular error of probability. I dare say even with the best of our systems today, we come somewhere close to that. Next. This is reality. This is the current system, CCRP, fully based on algorithms. Next, please. My predecessors already spoke about this, so I won't dwell here. Next. This also is a very important part, the safety, what algorithm has brought in, aggressive and timely recoveries brought in by GCAS, ground collision avoidance systems, or for that matter, the civil aviation, it is flying on an aviation altitude determining system, which is completely algorithm based. So algorithm is deeply entrenched in all of us. Next, please. So I want to talk a bit of capability evolution. On the left, you see the 1970s, how it was. It was essentially air to air, air to ground. And in the 1990s, it has become everything else, where the so-called ASF role has become really irrelevant. Pure air combat is no longer relevant. This slide emphasizes that. Next, please. And also the new operational imperatives. We started with territorial defense and in the area. And slowly by 2005, warfare had become expeditionary. And it was based on flexible deployments, persistent battle space, and 24-hour engagement, all precision. So there you have it. Next. And as a result, this is how things worked out, panned out. There was somebody sitting in USA and controlling a drone which was operating over Pakistan and closing the kill chain. This is how it was. This was enabled by AI. Next. Next. So let's now look at this. This is very important. From World War II to Vietnam era, the AI or algorithm was sitting only at system level. From the 1980s right up to the end of 20th century, it became in the new technology or the new era. And in the 21st century, clearly it has entered the operational level. Next. So I want to call a name. In initial era, it was assist. It became enhanced assist. And in the 21st century, it is augmenting and beyond. This is how it is. 21st century, when we started, it was this was the context, and all the systems, development, everything happened around this. And we thought that that is how warfare will be. There will be no interstate wars, and there will be a flat globe and interdependence and all those things unified. But sadly, the next slide shows that it is not so. I want to draw attention on one aspect, that is the bottom left, where another eminent thinker, Commodore Uday Bhaskar, has talked about what happened to Moscow. I think that clearly shows what is the threat that is there. Next. So the British, amongst other things, are exceptionally well endowed with writing skills. They make some of the best manuals which their adversaries have also used on them. So I also used part of my pedigree because of training there. So I used one of their pamphlets, and this is what they talked about. What I called as assist, enhance, assist, and augment is defined as augment, parallel, and supersede. So I want you to remember this, because I'll come back to it again. Next slide, please. So if we talk about air power, the question is on aviation. There are three eternal roles for air power: vigilance, reach, engagement, and mobility. So I do not want to talk about mobility, because I think space today has already done that. I don't need to emphasize it. Dragon capsules, and even before that, Soyuz has been sending unmanned machines, all driven by algorithms and systems. So I will focus on the top two, which is where we are really involved in. Next. So augment is fundamentally low level. It is already existing, decision support systems, etc. Parallels, where systems become legacy, the new system will operate along with legacy systems with peer capabilities. Remote ISR, loitering munitions, these are also sitting there. Supersede is a disruptive system capability which will render current capabilities, structures, ConOps obsolete. My predecessor very eminently said the drones are doing it. It is capable of doing it. They are poised to do it. It is likely to happen in the immediate future, may not be at this point of time. It is not happening because there are other procedural regulatory issues which have not allowed it. We will talk about how we can do it. Next. So where are we located? HAL has been a licensed production company for long, almost whole of its life, at least from 1980s and beyond. We are transforming forced on the current imperatives and otherwise into an innovation-based company. So one of the things that we have embarked upon is called the Combat Air Teaming System. This is an ecosystem of manned, unmanned. I did not have the time to dwell a little more on the manned, unmanned teaming pamphlet I showed you. Algorithmic warfare is going to enter initially as manned, unmanned teaming and thereafter become more autonomous and more superseding us. At this point of time, the aviation or the air domain is still likely to be manned or unmanned. So this is what we have. We have a plan for a technology plan and the proof of concept development plan right from lowermost level going up to 60,000 feet. What are these? I will introduce you. Next. Yeah, so this is the CATS program in a broad canvas. We are focusing on vigilance and reach aspects. We have a warrior, which is an unmanned wingman. It is company funded. We have a hunter, which is an intelligent standoff weapon. That also is company funded. We have a autonomous, not autonomous, air-launched flexible asset, which we are doing it with industry, a smart, small-scale startup partner. We have a hail system, which is going to give persistence surveillance. That is also with a partner. And optionally manned combat aircraft, the choice of using it, whichever way it is. These are all likely to be next generation technologies. Next, please. So I want to really emphasize this particular slide in this house. It's very important to see on the x-axis you have the timeline, on the y-axis you have the capabilities. On the secondary axis you have some of the niche capabilities that are important. So I want to draw your attention to the 5th generation capability. 2000, US already had it. And by 2000, by the middle of the second decade of 21st century, they had the F-35, which was also another one. And further right, if you see the Su-57 and the J-20 have come up, that means there is catching up.
Speed up a little bit.
I'll do so. So if you now see, come to the right, you have the 6th generation capabilities where my predecessor talked about a swarm of drones. But where are we? We are here in the LCA. Lot of platform-centric, but no ability to bridge the gap. Even if we went beyond LCA and into AMCA, the gap between the top, what is existing, what the adversary has, and what we have will always remain. Therefore, there is a need to go this way. That is why we went this way. Next. So this is the ISR platform, which will augment, parallel, and possibly supersede in the future. Next. This is the MUMT in the true way, loyal wingman. This will augment and possibly become parallel. Next. This is how we envisage to control it. This is a simulator in the HAL which is running this, and we are developing protocols how to do it as we go by. Next. This is the air launch flexible asset, which will give you options for a swarming and engagement with AI-enabled sensors and processing capability. Next. It gives you decent range. This is the CONAPS for that. Next. This is the smart standoff cruise missile. Next, which we hope with its CONOPS will completely supersede for a manned fighter to ever enter into a tactical battle space. Next. So this is the new imperative. Everybody, all my predecessors have spoken about this. What we feel the way forward is that the traditional industry, which I also represent, has its core strengths of design, development, production, certification, product support, the entire spectrum, need to get together with niche technologies and be able to develop products that bridge the gap, allow us to bridge the capability gap and attain this. I'm done. Next. So before I close, I want to bring 3 important points. Others have already said. It is essential that clarity is available to the industry on what are the concepts and the doctrinal requirement that the services have. How do they want to fight the next generation warfare? This will help us develop systems for you with the available tech stack. Next. This is an important point. I'm just highlighting because there are two schools here. Both of these people are very eminent. They have talked about this very nicely. One person says that AI is going to be summoning the demon. And the other person says it is a golden era that is dawning. But my personal stand, I go with Jeff Bezos. Okay? Next.
Venu, you may have to forgo your lunch, yeah.
Thanks.
Come.
So this is Sun Tzu. Without this, there is no closure. So AI is required to achieve this. That's all I have to say.
So with the permission of the chairs, I think Group Captain Venugopal can do without his lunch, sir. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Venu. The last speaker of the session, Sri Smith Shah, is a certified drone instructor with a bachelor's degree in information and technology. As president of Drone Federation of India, he represents over 200 companies and 2,000 drone pilots. He serves on several key government committees: National Security Council Secretariat, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Panchayati Raj, DGCA, Quality Council of India, and Bureau of Indian Standards, just to name a few. He's also a co-founder of Check App, a healthcare technology startup building digital health records and roadmaps for more effective policies. Smith, you got 4 balls and 4 sixes. That's it. Chalo, go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me over. A lot of my predecessors have actually spoken about the capabilities of various platforms, the machine learning and AI and various other technological capabilities in a specific platform. I want to take a step back and talk about how all of this comes together in a network-centric battlefield and take it from that perspective. So I'll want to start by giving 3 examples of 3 scenarios in which a lot of these systems will have to work with each other and some gaps and how we can solve that. First example will be during peacetime, significantly larger areas of the oceans need to be patrolled as a part of regular surveillance activities. Now consider that a drone operator feeds in a particular location that has to be surveilled, and multiple systems, which is a swarm of drones or a teaming sort of concept, takes off automatically, patrols that area, and starts comparing all of these images with the existing data that is available in a system like a IMAC or a AIS-140 data that we have, that is conventionally relaying signals from ships in a separate sort of networked infrastructure. Now these images that are being taken by these various swarm of drones start comparing this data with the AIS-140 data that's coming in. And this data together is combined and is sort of clearly earmarking deviations and outliers. This will actually help us save a lot of human hours which are spent on first mission planning for these multiple UAVs and platforms to go in a vast area and surveil this entire region. For image analysts and various supervisors to look at this data and then come up with certain reports. And then this data to be compared with another system which is fantastic but which is running on a separately different technology stack, which is the conventional broadcast of the ships. So that is one example where this entire operational capability can be brought in, not just the platform and its capability of speaking to a family of platforms that have been developed by a single company, but how all of these systems will come together and help augment capabilities. Second example, during combat situations, a military command will have to take a lot of, they'll have to operate a lot of weapons and sensor systems, and usually going forward it may become impossible for the same set of people to command these systems but also take care of the ancillary functions of the particular platform, whether it is the manned unmanned aviation platform or the ground platform. So rendering autonomy to various subsystems and then combining all of this together to give a higher order of function is also an area that is more from a network-centric battlefield. By this, what I mean is if I have an army of manned, unmanned teaming warriors and various other platforms, I should be able to go to a dashboard, I should be able to earmark where my adversary has its assets and all of these platforms should be able to go and execute the task. And maybe there should be a possibility of all of these platforms not being of a similar family of products, or just, we saw the HAL presentation. There's a capability that is being developed, but maybe there is another private sector that may not be collaborating. So how can all of these people work with each other through a family of standards and APIs and exchange protocols for making this happen? Third futuristic example would be during VIP movement or precious cargo. We saw previous speakers mentioning that there will be a bubble of swarm drones that will never let anything penetrate and reach the manned aircraft. In this case, maybe a VIP movement or precious cargo being moved. So how do you ensure that there is minimum control or limited assistance given to the VIP aircraft, and the bubble of swarms automatically takes off, automatically forms that bubble, automatically sort of assists the VIP movement, and then lands in a preset fashion? And how can all of this happen with not just a single set of platforms, but 3 or 4 companies working together, maybe in a coordinated way, and not just in a single sort of very large futuristic long-term project that may succeed or may have its own pitfalls. So these are some of the examples that I wanted to mention. The capabilities of algorithmic warfare also lie in understanding what the adversaries are deploying and how can we find vulnerabilities in that. I think, yes, aviation in the era of algorithmic warfare, but what the adversaries are doing and how can we find out gaps in that and potentially leverage that is also one point that needs to be looked at. The underlying point that I wanted to make, I've cut out some of the points that have been spoken by my previous predecessors, speakers, which is the algorithmic warfare is centered around networked operations and combined decision making. And that is the one key highlight that we need to keep focusing on. We can talk about artificial intelligence, machine learning in the cockpit of a pilot, to a unmanned aircraft, to a manned and unmanned aircraft teaming together. But finally, it has to be not just thought from a platform perspective, but more also from a holistic operational perspective. And I think just to give one last example, we have 2-3 friends that I saw in the audience as well. We have someone from New Space here, someone from Ion Autonomous, and a friend from Jonet was there. There are 3 companies making drones here. Maybe they'll make it for different capabilities. How do we ensure that once all of these systems are inducted and maybe they are on a single fleet, how can all of them be deployed together for a task? How can all of them work together? Which is where I think NIO can play a major role in 2 things: creating standards and APIs, or at least a framework where all of these systems can, if not today, futuristically be compatible with each other, or there can be at least a roadmap towards that. And maybe NIO can also play a major role in breaking a very complex problem and then dividing this into 2 or 3 different sub-projects, so that a platform can come together with various industries participating, and not just a collaboration of one public industry and one private industry. This is just an example that I say. The collaboration right now that was talked about by HAL is fantastic. But how can we enable more such people to work together through a framework approach is also one last consideration. One last point to make before I close. Maybe one suggestion would be that some sandboxes and testing infrastructure can be enabled for continuous testing of these infrastructure and all these algorithms, because as mentioned by the first speaker, Admiral KB Singh, in the software era, it is going to be a continuous iteration. So we cannot think in silo that we will deploy a system and then maybe we will only take care of the maintenance. Maybe the hardware has to change, maybe the algorithms have to change, they have to be completely refurbished. So that has to be brought into the deployment and development and deployment cycle. And those were the few points from my side. So think of it from a very network-centric battlefield and operational capability as well, and not just the platform as its individual capability. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Smith. I think before I call the chairman for the closing remarks, we have time just for one question. Yeah, please, quickly.
Thanks, Admiral. I'm Ajay Banerjee, I'm a journalist. My question is to Mr. Tripathi. Tripathi Sahab, the Admiral Karambir spoke about data centers. You spoke about a fighter jet flying with our swarm drones. Are these connected in any manner to our ability of making software chips? Is this connected to that? And how important is the chip making industry to this growth?
Thanks for the, is it working? Thanks for the question. It is very important for us to have the hardware capability in the semiconductor sector for any of this to happen. Because essentially, when you look at all these data, interacting, going across different, drones or, a base station and all, the speed is of importance. The parallel distribution of data is important, and all this has to happen in sub-nanosecond speeds. And for that to happen, we need to have the smallest and the most advanced technologies of semiconductors, which can actually work at high gigahertz range in the frequencies of the processors. So it's very important that we have a strong infrastructural base for semiconductors, and that's one key ingredient for technological sovereignty of the country. Thank you.
Chairman, sir.
I can forego my concluding remarks for one more question.
Yeah, please. Concluding remarks.
If I can add on to that answer to that previous question, if bandwidths are going to be a constraint in future, and therefore edge computing is something that is necessary on all these platforms. Now, without having proper embedded systems which we can create of our own, we will be constrained in the amount of intelligence that we can put in on all these birds, or that we can host in this swarm. So it kind of just adds on to this answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. I really want to thank Honorable Chairman, sir, for giving the opportunity. My question is straight to Anshuman Tripathi, sir, because, sir, very, very responsible position, National Security Advisory Board member. Sir, I am a think tanker, Center for Human Security Studies. I am Dr. Ramesh Kanniganti, and work also with Sri NSA, sir, on certain issues. Sir, in the geopolitics, in the race for geopolitics of AI, from artificial narrow intelligence to artificial general intelligence to artificial superintelligence. So these are the three stages if we could sum it up, sir. Sir, the AI ecosystem, we got to really work hard on it, and especially in the rural centers, that's, given the 9 coastal states, I'm talking, sir. Are there any specific plans to integrate all the 9 coastal states? Yes, there is a National Academy for Coastal Policing coming up in Gujarat. But I'm talking about AI and coastline integration, especially with the seaport security also. In that context, can you throw some light, sir?
Thank you, Ramesh. That's a very focused, very fine-tuned question. And I am forced to give an answer with a very wide brush. The first thing I'd say is, yes, for sure there is an activity. But if you look at artificial intelligence, when you talk about artificial intelligence, it does not go in a very artificial manner. It goes in a very, very natural manner. You got a cell phone. Everybody in this room has a cell phone. Everybody in this room has used Microsoft Word. All those things in the background have technologies which have been built in, which are AI based. And you are training them. When you look up and you write a word, Swavlamban, in your Microsoft Word, it makes a small red line below it. And then you right click and you say, your choice. You want to add and say, add to the dictionary, or you don't. Then your computer works, the other person's does not. Now you look at the amount of cell phone penetration in the country, and look at the amount of smartphones penetration in the country, and the way it will go forward. This is but natural that it will grow in that direction. Artificial intelligence grows naturally. So there will be a lot of activities in that direction, but I'm sure for a very fine-tuned answer, we can take it up offline, because there are a lot of things which I suppose are sensitive around it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So one last question, sir. The microphone has reached me, if I can.
No. I think during the lunch hours, I think all those questions can be taken. Please, thank you very much. Sir, Chairman, sir.
Yeah, thank you for to all the speakers. I think very diverse points of view brought out and very difficult to sum up. But I've just highlighted a couple of issues. One, of course, that you mentioned, software is our strength, but the challenges on how to overcome human error, which was also brought up by Mao, and how to aid decision making and data sets, the importance of data sets. I think this is what we must note when we start interacting as a Navy with people concerned. The idea of common terminology for AI-related activities based on the GAO recommendations, that's a point well taken. And I think we must do that as all three services together. To graduated movement onto automation, which Mao was, of course, he was quite a skeptic. I was surprised. But I think it is possible, and it's not necessary that we hesitate. But I think we can have, even in MUMTI, we can have a manned aircraft with a expendable, loyal wingman. You can have next move to attritable, and next move to something like a survivable. So we can graduate everything, but we need not start, getting stuck in doubts. And the point that Group Captain Venugopal brought up, that I think the Navy must also get involved in the CATS, Combat Air Training System in HAL. Documents, in addition to the common terminology, I think the recommendation that a concept of operations of how we intend using unmanned or the future operations, that if it can be shared with the industry not giving them full information, but at least some information that will help them in thinking ahead, I think will be very useful. Of course, creating standards and APIs to ensure network centricity is a point well taken, and I think that is another area where we must move. And the testing environment to meet software development requirements. This is something which the previous session also brought out. They were talking about testing, hardware, but this is for testing software. We have, places where they can do this testing, and it will help diverse software developers meet together and at least be able to give us products that will be able to operate together on a common language. And I think lastly, the issue of bandwidth, which was brought out by Mao, there is a thinking by ACNS SR, who is also thinking about how different kind of systems, like 5G systems in close proximity, and how to use the satellites, etc., and how edge computing can be brought in so that the bandwidth load is not too much. So there are a lot of food for thought, but I think we'll now get food for stomach now. And all I would request you all to give them a big hand. A great.
Thank you, sir.
May I request Rear Admiral Deepak Bansal to kindly hand over the seminar memento to the chairman. May I now request the chairman to present the seminar memento to the speakers, Shri Anshuman Tripathi. Commodore Jaideep Maulankar, retired. Group Captain K.K. Venugopal, retired. And Shri Smith Shah. Thank you, sir. I would request the panelists for a group photograph. We shall now be breaking for the lunch. The enclosures for lunch areas have been indicated on your respective cards. Enclosure 1 and VIP area is on the first floor. All of the guests are requested to move to the Shamiana outside. The guests may also utilize their time to visit the exhibition area. The auditorium shall now be sanitized by the SPG. You are requested to carry all your belongings with you. I request the guests attending the post-lunch session to be seated by 1445. Bon appetit. A general announcement, please. I request all the personnel who have parked their vehicles near the Janpath road needs to be cleared. So I request if any one of you have parked their vehicles there, may kindly move their vehicles. Thank you. On the main road, please. associated challenges and way forward. The session will be moderated by Rear Admiral K. Srinivas, Assistant Chief of Material Modernization. Rear Admiral Srinivas is an alumnus of the National Defence Academy, Pune, and was commissioned into the Navy on 1st January 1990. The Admiral is a technical officer and has undergone the prestigious Defence Services Staff Course, Naval High Command Course, and NDC. Apart from other appointments at various naval units, the Admiral has commanded Training Establishment for Naval Engineers, INS Shivaji, and has served on board aircraft carrier INS Virat on multiple occasions. The Admiral is currently a co-chair of the NIIO Working Group and is heading the Directorate of Indigenization. I hand over the dais to you, sir.
Thank you, Ishant. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've been given the most onerous task of keeping the entire audience attentive this afternoon after a nice lunch that was served to us. But not that I'm a good speaker, that I will, notwithstanding that, I'll try my best to keep you attentive by way of you listening to the most eminent and renowned personalities that this country has, and you all can see them on the panel for today's discussions. And let me begin. From the humble beginning in the 60s, Indian Navy indigenization program, the story of vision, persistent efforts, and success is now on the cusp of evolution to self-reliance. The next few years, pegged as the rising tide of innovation and indigenization, is set to be chock-a-block with several milestones leading us to self-reliance through enhanced domestic defense production. Whereas the journey to that goal would surely be challenging, it is Indian Navy's resolve and commitment to find a way forward and accomplish that. To dwell upon more on this, in keeping with the theme of this exclusive session, we have amongst us some of the very renowned and eminent speakers today. It's indeed an honor and a matter of great pride for me to welcome all the esteemed panelists and the session chair for today's indigenization session, and let me take this opportunity to introduce each one of them to you. Firstly, the chair of the session, Vice Admiral B.S. Randhawa, the former Chief of Material. Being at the helm of technical affairs in the Indian Navy, he was responsible for managing naval technology, maintenance of afloat and shore assets, creation and modernization of naval industrial infrastructure, and several R&D programs. Prior to his last assignment as the Controller, Warship Production and Acquisition, responsible for the Navy's shipbuilding and acquisition programs. He also served in the Strategic Submarine Program and was the Admiral Superintendent of Naval Dockyard at Visakhapatnam. He's an alumnus of the National Defence Academy and postgraduate marine engineer from the United Kingdom and MBA from the University of Delhi. His naval career spanned 40 years. Currently, he is the principal advisor to the Indian Register of Shipping and has contributed significantly to the Indian Navy and the Indian Coast Guard. Among the speakers, we have with us Sri Sanjay Jaju, an IAS officer, presently the Additional Secretary, Defence Production, Ministry of Defence. He is responsible for policies for bringing in investments and growth in the defence and aerospace sectors to bolster the Make in India resolve. He was also instrumental in setting up the Defense Innovation Organization and IDEX for creating a collaborative platform for startups to meet defense requirements. He was recently awarded the prestigious Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Public Administration 2021. He played a huge role in the corporatization of the Ordnance Factory Board, which was a long pending reform. He is a postgraduate mechanical engineer, a cost and management accountant, and an MBA in finance. He was the founder director of National Highways and Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited and secretary to the government of Andhra Pradesh in IT and Communications Department. An ardent advocate of IT for development and governance, he implemented several projects there. Next on the panel, we have Sri Jayanti Patil, full-time director and senior executive vice president for L&T Defense Business. He's an alumnus of the IIT Mumbai and has had nearly 40 years long career in the L&T. Mr. Patil spearheaded the company's foray in defense sector since inception, that is about 15 years ahead of opening up defense production to the private companies in 2001. Over the years, under his leadership, L&T built an excellent portfolio of indigenous products, systems, and technologies. He's also the chairman of the board of directors of L&T MBDA Missile Systems Limited and a member of the board of L&T Special Steel and Heavy Forging Private Limited. Chairman of the FICCI Defense and Aerospace Committee, member of FICCI Committee on Homeland Security, etc. He's a founder member and vice chairman of Society for Indian Defense Manufacturing. Mr. Rajiv Rajpal is our next speaker on the panel. He is the CEO, Power Transmission and Defense Business of Triveni Engineering Industries Limited, a diversified transnational enterprise with annual sales of over 6,000 crores. Mr. Rajpal is a BE Honours graduate from BITS Pilani and has over 38 years of rich experience in engineering industry, of which 31 years had been with Triveni Engineering. Under his leadership, the power transmission business grew exponentially with exports to over 80 countries with a sustained market share of over 80% in turbogear segment. He was instrumental in establishing Triveni's presence in the naval domain with a range of products, and he was also the chairman of CII Mysore and has been a member of CII's National Defense Committee. The fourth speaker on the panel is Sri Ramu T.S., a BE from Siddhaganga Institute of Technology, Tumkuru, founder and director of Lekha Wireless Solutions with over 25 years experience in wired and wireless communication technology and product development. He co-founded this company in 2010 with his partner, and it is now developing 4G and 5G technologies and special waveforms for the software-defined radios. Their product named Vyapi was developed with the support of IDEX successfully, and he's a firm believer of simplicity in design and constant innovation for connecting the unconnected. Ladies and gentlemen, the session would begin with the opening remarks of the chair, followed by a brief talk by each of the panelists. We would then have a panel discussion steered by the chair based on a Q&A format, where I would invite questions from the audience. With that, may I request the session chair to kindly deliver his talk covering the Navy's vision and its transition over the years in the realm of indigenization and implementation of policies.
Thank you, Admiral Srinivas, dignitaries on the dais, flag officers, representatives of the industry, serving officers, and fellow veterans, ladies, gentlemen. I thank the organizers of the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Seminar, Swavlamban, for the privilege of chairing this session, the theme of which is indigenization. The subject covers a very vast canvas on which one could dwell for quite a while, but I will focus on the aspects conveyed to me by the organizers. Next slide. Next slide, please. Evolution from the buyer's navy to a builder's navy, Indian Navy's in-house efforts, and enriching vision and policy implementation. Next. Next slide, please. The need for securing India's national maritime interests, taking into account our central location in the Indian Ocean region, was recognized by naval leadership soon after 1947. It was well understood that our long coastline and extensive island territories are very valuable assets, but at the same time, these could be vulnerable to inimical entities. While it was fully realized that naval capability Can we have a little silence, please? Can we have silence in the entrance? It cannot be built and sustained in the long term through import. The lack of design know-how and shipbuilding infrastructure at that point in time made it necessary to acquire warships from overseas for creating all-round naval capability, which was built over the years, resulting in a well-balanced force comprising an aircraft carrier, cruisers, destroyers, frigates, submarine, mine warfare vessels, patrol vessels, and supporting ships. Slide off, please. Simultaneously, conscious steps were taken to acquire know-how of design of warships and create the infrastructure for building them. Initially, a few naval architects were trained and positioned at Naval Dockyard, Mumbai for managing the dry docking and hull repairs of the running navy. Subsequently, uniformed naval officers were trained in naval architecture, and the Corps of Naval Constructors was formed in 1954, some of whom went on to form the core of the Central Design Organization at Delhi in 1964, which evolved into the Directorate of Naval Design in 1970. Subsequently, the Submarine Design Group was formed in 1986. The Leander frigate project, executed in the 60s, had given major impetus to acquiring knowledge and skills necessary for warship design and construction. The design organizations have been equipped over the years with state-of-the-art design facilities, including softwares, visualization facilities, etc. And these organizations have also worked in tandem with foreign warship designers from time to time. They have now the capability to deliver designs from concept to detailed design for various types of warships, render design support during construction of the vessels, and support the development of indigenous equipment and systems. Next slide. Warship building infrastructure in 1947 was rather rudimentary. Some ship repair infrastructure had come up in the 18th and 19th century at the present locations of Mazagon Dock at Mumbai and Garden Reach Shipbuilders at Kolkata, and was augmented in fits and starts over time. Both organizations were acquired by the Ministry of Defense in 1960 and 61 respectively as DPSU shipyards. Later, Goa Shipyard, which was making ore barges during the Portuguese regime, was taken over by MOD in 1961. Hindustan Shipyard at Visakhapatnam was founded as a privately owned greenfield shipyard in 1941. It was nationalized in 1961 and transferred to the Ministry of Defense in 2010. Cochin Shipyard also was a greenfield shipyard, a PSU under the Ministry of Shipping, formed in 1972. L&T Shipbuilding is a major greenfield shipyard and was in the private sector and was completed near Chennai in 2013. Next slide, please. Given the background of GRSE and MDL, it is indeed creditable that the first indigenous warship, INS Ajay, was delivered by GRSE in 1961. And construction of the first indigenously built frigate, INS Nilgiri, was commenced by MDL in '66, and the vessel was delivered in 1972. Goa Shipyard delivered its first warship, an indigenously designed landing craft utility, in 1980. And the infrastructure at all these shipyards has been regularly augmented and modernized. As a result of these measures, and with the facilities available at HSL and Cochin Shipyard, it has been possible to indigenously build an aircraft carrier, as well as a number of destroyers, frigates, corvettes, patrol vessels, submarines, fast attack craft, OPVs, etc., mostly of Indian design. To date, over 120 naval ships of various types have been built indigenously for the Navy, and of the 41 ships currently under construction, for the Navy, 39 are being built in India. Next slide. While there has been much success in the journey from a buyer's navy to a builder's navy, it would be prudent not to rest on our laurels, but to recognize what needs to be done and improve quickly, especially taking into account the developments in the country to our north. With regard to design, the main constraint is capacity. There is a limit to the number of projects that can be progressed at any one time in the Naval Design Organization, given the present level of human resources and infrastructure. Certain projects are therefore executed on a design and build basis. While this does overcome capacity constraints, non-standardization is a possible drawback, which could in turn increase inventory costs and training costs. Consideration could be given to laying down guidelines for design and equipment selection aimed at reducing diversity. This would need to be undertaken in collaboration with the industry. Next slide. Time and cost overruns are frequently experienced. This invariably occurs due to delay in finalization of design, leading to delay in procurement of inputs. Considering that shipbuilding essentially comprises assembly, timely availability of production drawings and inputs, material and equipment is very important. Possible palliatives that could be considered are standardized hull forms with modular payloads for different roles, standardization of common items, fittings, interfaces, hardware and softwares wherever possible, simplification of purchase procedures, collaborative ordering by shipyards for items that can be standardized across projects. Next slide, please. Now shifting focus to the Navy's in-house efforts, the importance of increasing indigenization has always been recognized at the very highest levels and has received priority attention at all times. Starting from indigenization of fast-moving spare parts, materials, systems, and equipment were also taken up. And considerable success was achieved, particularly in the float and move segments. The in-house measures in the recent past include formation of a Directorate of Indigenization in 2005, promulgation of 15-year indigenization plans starting from 2003 with the aim of apprising industry of naval requirements well in advance. These plans are revised every 5 years, and the last plan, 2015 to 30, was updated in 2020 and has been published as the Swavlamban document. Recognizing the importance of indigenization for self-reliance in defense requirements and the economic benefits that would come about, especially by indigenizing high-value systems and equipment in the high-value fight segment, where indigenization presently stands at only about 50%, the Ministry of Defense and DRDO have also taken steps to accelerate achievement of this enriching mission. Next slide. In 2016, DRDO set up the Technology Development Fund, TDF scheme, for development of core technologies through public and private sector industries, particularly MSMEs. Funding is provided for development of prototypes up to 90% of the cost, limited to 50 crores. I'm told this figure has been revised upwards recently. In 2017, the Defense Innovation Organization was formed as a Section 8 company to foster innovations, and its executive arm, the IDEX, was formed in 2018. In September 2020, the Ministry of Defense promulgated Defense Acquisition Procedure, embodying enhanced MAKE procedures for enabling the Make in India initiative. This also has provision for funding of developmental effort. Further, in December 2020, in order to bring innovations to early fruition, including from MSMEs and academia, a Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization has been established to build on and coordinate the ongoing indigenization initiatives, as was covered in the session on innovation this morning. Next slide. These measures hold promise to move rapidly forward towards achieving the goals of complete Atmanirbhar and Swavlamban. Thank you for your patience and attention. I next hand over to session coordinator.
Thank you very much, sir, for an all-round view of how the indigenous shipbuilding capability of our Navy as well as our nation grew over the years, and of course, what all challenges that were faced were brought out very succinctly, and along with the solutions that you recommend. You also talked about a very important thing that is to be noted by the industry, that is simplification of purchase procedures, which I would think probably is a takeaway. And subsequently, you mentioned all the in-house efforts. Thank you very much, sir, for that insightful talk. Now, may I request Sri Sanjay Jaju to give a government's policy perspective, those implemented and those in the pipeline, as also the measures that he thinks are required to boost domestic production. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, while I was sitting there, I was trying to see in 5 minutes, how do I encapsulate what's all is happening in the defense production scenario in the country right now. So I was just jotting down a few points, and I thought I'll not repeat what the session chair already talked to you. So a few things that were coming to my mind is, first and foremost, I think this is one of the most fascinating times, if one has to say, in terms of our defense design and manufacturing ecosystem creation in the country. It's almost like what 1991 was for our economy, possibly this particular phase is for our defense production. And I'm sure all of you would agree with that. Another point that was coming to my mind was, when did you see services in such large numbers, and not just in this gathering, in multiple gatherings, in multiple offices, in multiple scenarios, joining hands with the industry of a country to create a defense manufacturing and designing ecosystem. I think this is something which is arguably unprecedented, and I think that's I think the key to this revolution that's currently happening within our country. So friends, these are seriously glorious times, and when they asked me to talk about indigenization, I've also started to come to a conclusion that I think we should stop using the word indigenization, because that makes us look like chasers. Somebody has made it somewhere, so let me try and copy it and let me try and make it here. I think it gives that kind of a perception. I think we need to now start talking in terms of what new can we create for our services, for augmenting their capabilities. And I think that's a new spin that we should be giving now to this entire effort, which we call as indigenization. So friends, a lot of things are happening, and one paradigmatic change that has happened possibly last few months, ever since the announcement in the budget came in, that now we are going to allow Indian industry to design and develop systems. I think that's a huge announcement. Gone are the days when we were buying licensed technologies and doing build-to-print work in the country. Now what we are saying is, we are going to develop and design our own systems and platforms, which also means that we are also going to define our own problems, and we are also going to find our own solutions, and that will not be the copy-paste model. That will be what you call a model that is required for our conditions, a model that gives us a force multiplier. And I think that's a very important and big change that is coming. And very shortly, DG Acquisition is sitting right here, is shepherding a process in which we are bringing in a new chapter in the already existing chapters that we have for bringing in industry into the design and development phase. And believe me friends, that's going to be completely transformational. Because by this we are going to be channelizing the efforts of the industry. And when I say industry, I'm agnostic, public, private, both. But we are going to channelize those efforts to create our own systems. And I think that's a huge, huge change that is coming in. Already if you see last few years, this journey started with, I believe, the make chapter that we have in the acquisition procedure. We already had a good leg up when it came to the make to processes. Over a period of time, IDEX evolved, and now as you see, IDEX is becoming almost a flagship initiative, and in few hours you will realize that we'll be launching the biggest and the what you can easily say is an inflection point for IDEX, when we are going to be launching 75 challenges in one go in the next 1 hour. And as you might have heard Defense Secretary in the morning, next 2 years, by 2024, we intend to do 2,000 contracts under IDEX. Many of you are old timers and you know how we were struggling to find a problem statement coming in, and now you have a situation where you're looking at 2,000 contracts under IDEX, all going to be designing and developing systems for our armed forces. I think this is a huge change that's coming in. Last few months you might have also seen that Make 1 has now also come into play. There are many projects which have been launched under Make 1. Indian Navy is also shepherding many such projects. We are looking at developing marine diesel engines, we are looking at developing gas turbines. So I think all these opportunities ultimately would allow us to provide the edge, the self-reliant edge to our armed forces, and I think that's a huge change that is coming. So why all this is happening? I think if one has to use the keyword, I would say that the keyword is self-belief. I think few years back the whole problem was that we never had the belief in our own industry. We always thought, look, such things are not possible in a scenario like ours. And we always used to say that, look, Silicon Valley, they have a huge ecosystem for startups, so the startups are flourishing there. But we never knew that, that ecosystem can be developed here, and which is what has happened last few years. Now you have an ecosystem wherein startups are getting incubated, startups are getting funded, startups are getting commercial problems to solve, and startups are able to commercialize those problems and converting into revenue opportunities. Something similar is again happening in the defense segment also. That problems are being announced, industry is responding to those problems, services are hand-holding the industry, and you are able to get solutions coming out from our industry. So I think this whole cycle of self-belief is what is leading us to self-reliance, and again which is a huge change in terms of the perception that we had about our own industry. So now we are all kind of clear that, look, our industry is in a position to give us the world-class product. The only thing that we require to do is have self-belief. And when I say self-belief cannot just be a plain rhetoric. Self-belief has to be defined in possibly again 3 keywords. A, you have self-belief in the industry also means that you are ready to give them time. You can't develop things overnight, so you're ready to give them time. Certain things require resources, so you're committing resources, that you're saying that, look, I'll give you time, I'll also give you resources to do that particular job. And I think third thing which is very important is commitment. And I think that dirty word called no cost, no commitment, which we were lumping on the industry for decades here in the Ministry of Defense, I think that's also become a passe now. We're talking about commitment, we're talking about resources, we're talking about time. And I think these 3 things are very important if we have to rekindle the hopes in the industry, and I think this is what is happening. Now the industry leaders come here and they're very confident that, look, there are certain announcements being made, but it's not as if their investments are going to go bad. They know that they are backed by time, resources, and commitment. And I think that's again a huge change that is coming in. Another point that has come in is possibly the alignment of the stakeholders. I still remember I'm almost 4 years old in the ministry, and initial months, I think members of the industry could not even come to Ministry of Defense. I mean, officers wouldn't even talk to them. I mean, as if you're going to be shelling out some mission secrets. And now the situation is that it's almost like, as Honorable Raksha Mantri keeps saying, you can walk into my room anytime, you can talk to me, tell me what exactly you want. And the situation is so dynamic now that in all the stakeholder consultations that do with the industry, they give us a problem, in 3 months' time we find out some solution, and effectively what's happening now is this dialogue has become completely bilateral, and this give and take is what is leading to dynamic policy actions, and I think that's again a huge shift that has come in terms of our association with the industry. So multiple models are there, was already presented in the few slides that were there. So you have templates of what we call it as the make procedure. You have the IDEX template now. You have the IDEX Prime template now. You have the TDF template now. And now you're going to also be having the SPV model template, in which the SPV of different combinations is again going to be building and designing big ticket projects for us. Besides that, there are a few more things that are happening, and I think that's again giving a lot of hope to the industry, are this concepts of positive indigenization lists. And these lists are not just coming out from the services. Now these lists are also coming out from the public sector companies, which are manufacturer of huge platforms, in which we are saying that beyond this particular date, there will be a complete embargo on their purchases from outside. So again, this gives a hope to the industry that, look, I know this is a time cycle in which I need to design and develop this product, and beyond this, I have the assured market. So I think all these policy environments are ultimately helping us give that self-belief, the point that I was making, which is actually the cornerstone of our indigenization efforts, if you call them indigenization, or the Atmanirbhar in defense. And to sum it up, one more plank that's now becoming very relevant and important is this whole dichotomy between the kinetic and the non-kinetic segments. I think we have come to a firm conclusion now, broadly within the industry, within the services, that if we start doing only kinetic, possibly we'll only become chasers. And if you have to become market leaders, you have to start focusing on non-kinetic. Non-kinetic, maybe non-contact also, but I think non-kinetic, non-contact is what is going to give us an asymmetrical edge over our adversary. And I think it is in this that we already have some prowess which can be leveraged for India to become a leader in the non-kinetic segments. We're already finding such gains coming out. Artificial intelligence is giving us that particular edge. We've already seen 75 products launched last week by the Honorable Raksha Mantri. And believe me, this only is the start. Within no time, you will realize the industry will be enthused to create multiple products and multiple innovative solutions which would transform the way warfare is conducted. We'll also have asymmetry happening in the non-kinetic segments in drones, counter-drones, making use of the IoTs. So there are large opportunities coming up, and I think with the growing electronics industry and the software prowess that we have, I'm sure this is one segment which we all need to harness to ensure that our services and their capabilities are augmented. We'll also hear from Defense Secretary in the morning that next month possibly we'll be also bringing in into play another domain, which is the space domain, and how do we make use of space for national defense. So we are also coming up with a program, and possibly over a period of time we'll get to know more about it. So friend, this in the nutshell is my first response to this particular session. And I'm sure with this kind of a self-belief and the fire that is running in our bellies, I'm absolutely confident next decade is going to be India's decade in defense design and manufacturing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Taking a cue from what Admiral Ashok Kumar mentioned in the morning, I would request the session chair to do the honors of just bringing out what the panelist had to say, his views.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Jaju's address touched on all the important points of how we are going to go forward in this quest for Swavlamban, or independence or self-reliance. I think his opening words were that we must stop using the word indigenization and focus on what capabilities we need to develop, not indigenize something that is already existing, but focus on future capabilities that we need to develop in the coming days. He covered very eloquently that we are going to, the aim is to produce models for development of systems and defense capability suited to Indian conditions, not copying what is being done in any other part of the world, because we are unique in our environment, in the way our industry is formed, and then solutions have to be homegrown. Another important part that he touched on is a step increase in the quantum of effort that is being put in. It is now not just the Navy alone, it is the Navy, the DRDO, the Ministry of Defense. In fact, the ministry is taking a very leading role in the move towards Atmanirbhar and Swavlamban. And this has been brought about by nurturing a feeling of self-belief, having the confidence to go forward and to create the capability in the shortest possible time. Some of the ways that they are looking at it, one is to increase the access or make an ease of access to the industry to come and discuss the way ahead with ministry or service officials. He also touched upon the window in which we can gain world leadership or dominance, and that is the non-kinetic and non-contact spheres. We have the potential for that, and thank you very much, Mr. Jaju, for giving us a very concise and all-encompassing response of the ministry on how to take this forward.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. J.D. Patil from the L&T business to touch upon the corporate industry's view or perspective of how we can boost the domestic production. What are the challenges that the corporate industry faces? As also, may I request you to touch upon how the MSMEs can pitch in developing, developing and manufacturing major equipment that we are still importing, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Admiral. My job was substantially made simpler by the session chair. Admiral Randhawa very lucidly talked about the past. I think let me start at somewhere close to that past. The Indian Navy inherited almost its entire fleet out of the Royal Indian Navy. I think what really started beginning, and it's a huge lesson to the industry, you ignore your customer and your customer walks away. The same British industry which was continuously supporting in the early era of the independence decided at one point in time to stop supporting Indian Navy. And I think that's essentially where I would believe the roots of truly making the Navy Atmanirbhar. I'm using that word. Navy never called it Atmanirbhar, but all of us who have lived for decades with the Navy truly know the journey to truly making the builder's Navy from buyer's Navy began in the form of doing anything and everything here. I think where we stop is something as a result needs to be looked into little more details. I go back a couple of decades, nearly 4 decades with the Navy. Of course, someone who's from outside and supporting the Navy, we've seen that kind of dependence, we've seen that kind of denial, and which to my mind to some extent truly remains even today when we have the buyer-nominated equipment. A lot of our B&E we know even today is imported, and we actually see the same pains of the B&E, not at the first build, but even thereafter at the refit times. And that's one major initiative I believe going forward we need to be taking to ensure that there is no equipment of that kind who essentially would at a later stage keep us hostage and force us to remain in a way import dependent. If we start looking at that journey, we obviously began with the Department of Naval Design, Navy having been put VASI and so many of these technological initiatives because of which the platform and the major platform integration truly started happening within the country. Almost anything that could have been done, and I call it the low flying, I mean the fruits that are low lying, truly started getting indigenous very, very early. Truly were some major investment, also for two reasons. The industry never had the deep pockets those days to truly start putting up crores and tens and hundreds of crores of money into the development. But that's essentially where the industry stopped, and that's essentially where the Navy also could not find mechanisms within the existing systems to be able to fund development of major equipment. And that's essentially what, if you look at over the last 35, 40 years, we see that is the only segment which remains imported today. Almost anything and everything over the last 30, 35 years we otherwise see having become indigenous. And it's design and build, it's not indigenization. Now, this is a domain which one starts wondering, the same Navy which found mechanisms to ensure that they will buy indigenous, and I can tell you a very simple policy tweak which Navy did in the 70s, 80s. Any equipment which is being bought, if it's offered by an Indian company and also offered by a foreign company, the competition used to be done not on the basis of the purchase price, but on the basis of landed price. Now what it means to landed price is all taxes, duties, right up to the gate of the shipyard used to be lumped, and that's essentially mean for an imported equipment necessarily a customs duty. Those days the multiple of duty used to be 1.61. So an imported equipment being bought for $100 would be 161 when it enters shipyard, whereas bought locally would mean 1.36. I'm being precise with numbers. Now this 25% difference is precisely what made indigenization happen. Somewhere down during the policy formulations, we forgot that this is required to be done. If somebody is going to be putting money, his first stock produce is not going to be at the same cost as somebody who is producing hundreds, and we needed to keep that protection mechanism, which Navy actually did. So to my mind, if you really ask me why are we talking about Swavlamban, Navy knew how to make Swavlamban happen. It was always there. Somewhere down the line, we missed out the first fundamentals, and those first fundamentals having been missed out started becoming a reason to do higher and higher B&E and larger systems actually getting imported. And that's something which is for all of us to see over those last 4 or 5 decades to truly evaluate what needs to be done. I can also talk of within the same Navy, we had some of the most amazing levels of Atmanirbhar journeys. We don't talk of the strategic programs in open forums of this nature, but the strategic program is an amazing example of Atmanirbhar. Same people in one side of the, call it part of the uniform, made something happen with almost virtually very little, I would say not a zero import, but almost everywhere the industry was funded to do the developments. When I see Admiral Bhasin sitting in front of me, I always keep remembering how did he make it happen. And I think another extremely important lesson is a leadership continuity, which is precisely what you see in the ATV program, which truly has made some of those amazing contributions to Swavlamban. We can be truly proud of that fact that while we need to import a whole lot of things, including designs, but there are programs where we do everything ourselves. Warships we know today are entirely done and built here, but we still have once in a while an opportunity, and we still think no, for varieties of reasons, I'm not saying right, wrong, but we still have some imports happening. B&E we know, and we know why B&Es are happening is because those equipment we have not found, the high cost equipment we have not found the mechanisms to fund the development. And recent, what Sanjay ji talked about very rightly, the SPV models which just have been announced by the government, I think is a truly way forward to make some of those things which were out of our reach earlier, to start making it. And here's government who says, I'm willing to be funding you. I'm going to be funding you. Mechanisms obviously are coming into existence, and we'll hear more and more about it. So if I have to really start looking at what the industry needs, Mr. Jaju also very rightly talked about the commitment aspect. No cost, no commitment cannot be a model. And essentially last, I would say 15 years, within the naval circle, there's a very serious dialogue of just this commitment. Even those major equipment which we are talking today, we might do under SPV or something, we always been talking about why not then assure an industry that next 20 years I'll buy from you. You develop it, we know our market is not large, we know our market is limited, next 15 to 20 years I will assured buy only from you. And I tell you, industry will find that money. So one aspect where we missed out from the earlier era, where we went all out to say, I'm willing to pay you more, to an era where we say, no, every time I want to buy, one time of a contract for a 3 ships or a 4 ships or a 7 ships, which is what we are now graduated to. From that, to find a commercial viability, actually is something which last 15, 20 years has put us, I would say, to some disadvantage. And this is some of those aspects which I'm sure within the uniform, outside the uniform, that enough experiences and enough knowledge, we are intelligent people. If we decide to make changes, I'm sure we can make those changes happen. And of course, in that case, we don't have to talk of Swavlamban now. I think what the Navy led in terms of Swavlamban, all of us are aware of a journey which has begun in those 60s and 70s. Today is just yet another aspect of saying we will not import anything. I think that's one statement as far as Navy is concerned. We can make, provided we do some of the basic fundamentals right. I think with that, I want to stop for the moment and move into the question answer session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Patil. Mr. Patil gave an excellent perspective from the industry. I'll just touch upon the salient points. Firstly, he said that the BNE of wire nominated equipment must come down, and a few measures that can be taken to do this. One is compare costs up to the gate of the shipyard. Load all the costs that you would incur during import, and then compare the cost with a domestically produced and delivered item. The second aspect he brought out is NCNC. He was noted that NCNC, as Mr. Jaju brought out, is a thing of the past, and that development will be funded. And that would be a welcome step for the industry to develop and deliver. The third very important point he pointed out was continuity in leadership of programs within the constraints of regulations. Some thought has to be given as to how to retain key personnel within the program for the longest possible time, or rotate them around, so that the experience built is not totally lost due to transfer turbulence. That I request coordinator call forward the next speaker.
With that, may I now request Mr. Rajiv Rajpal to bring out his perspective of how the industry can support domestic defense production of all the equipment which are in the move category, which are still, we are completely dependent on the foreign OEMs. Over to you.
Thank you, Admiral. Very good afternoon to everybody on the dais and off the dais. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity. My job is made very simple by Mr. Patil. Wonderfully articulated vision of what industry is looking for and what could have been done. But certainly, I think the time is right. I echo the sentiments of Mr. Jaju on policy matters. Very well appreciated, and it needs kudos for that, really. On the main propulsion equipment, which is very critical, I'll focus on aspects relating to indigenization. Pardon me for using the word, but that's the topic given to me. And I agree and disagree with what you said, because indigenization also is a technology by itself. Of equipment that needs attention in respect of current range of ships in operation with Indian Navy, namely gas turbines, diesel engines, complex propulsion gearboxes, control pitch propellers, water jet propulsion, and also water lubricated bearings. At the outset, I will say the service headquarters and the government policies have been supportive and has helped overall make an India objective. In terms of gas turbines, there are three elements one can look at. What is in service, and spares and service support, and indigenization of those in terms of making Atmanirbhar Bharat. And the second element is gas turbines for new induction. And third would be the development of gas turbine ab initio as a technology. Now, on the first one, if Navy comes forward with a purchase order and technology partnership with foreign aim is encouraged, we can do tremendous work in indigenous development, and that's something that we have time and again mentioned to Indian Navy, and probably some nodal agency can be initiated, which is like the likes of Niio, which can collate and help all the indigenous development which is going on in different pockets in the industry, PSU and private folk put together. The gas turbine for new induction program, I was delighted to hear, and so also from the Navy earlier, about Make One initiation of gas turbine development, and we are happy to come forward with the technology which is proven, and to make as much indigenization as the program calls for, and in a time-bound manner, and that has been already mentioned to Indian Navy. I will talk about just about in 1 or 2 minutes what we as a company can do towards that. In terms of ab initio development, I think that's fantastic. That takes longer time, and so platform needs to be established, specs needs to be put around that, and probably entrusting that with the consortium of some government companies, PSU companies, and private companies, with the leadership given to one, can be a good way forward to bring timely results. Some of the other areas of transmission products can be the critical complex power transmission gearboxes, and the industry have grown in experience, and for expertise to develop complex gearboxes for, say, frigates or destroyers, Navy may consider past experience of some of the selected suitable OEMs and give a project. The design and development for a specific application is a capital-intensive project, and good way forward can be to award a contract and to make one, and that would help. I echo what Mr. Patil did mention, that industry is ready with funds as long as there is commitment, and we are very happy to do that, and we are showcasing that as we move along. And there's certain other projects I won't touch upon, like diesel engine or a few other things, CPPs, I think that, or PSI, due to paucity of time. And I would like to spend just about a couple of minutes of what Triveni can do. We are at the moment leveraging our company's strengths in terms of vast design, development and manufacturing of rotary engineered products like steam turbines, gas turbine generators, turbo gearboxes, and associated auxiliaries for the past 30 to 40 years, as some of you may not know. We also have a tremendous experience of doing more than 1,000 installations in India and globally in terms of reverse engineering and providing import substitutions to the Indian industry, and in one case also to Indian Navy, and also to the Western world in many cases as high as 60 to 90 megawatt applications, just to let you know. No, these are important strengths that we are leveraging for the benefit of business, and definitely for bringing Atmanirbharta of India. The main propulsion gearbox and gas turbine generators for us are a natural step when company decided to expand the defense portfolio. Another step we have taken is to sign up with the GE for LM2500 package, and that 4 designated programs would happen. A submarine project, Triveni is carrying out the in-house design and development and manufacturing of main propulsion shafting. Now we are a 7-year-old into the naval defense products, and we think this is great in terms of getting an opportunity. Again, I echo the sentiments expressed by Mr. Patil, because one wing of Navy has been wonderfully successful in developing, and I'm sure that model is something for the others to emulate.
Can I request you, because we'll run short of time for the plenary session.
20 seconds.
Yes.
And a dedicated multimodal facility for naval defense products is on its way and shall be commissioned another 6 to 8 months from now. With that, I'd like to wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajpal. Mr. Rajpal expressed full agreement with what Mr. Jaju had said and what Mr. Patil later added. And the new point he brought about, one of them is that for complex product ab initio development, perhaps a consortium approach could be looked at. He welcomed the commitment to provide resources to the industry by the government. And later he spoke about the increased confidence of his group of companies in power transmission products, rotary products, to supply the needs of the defense services. Due to paucity of time, we'll now go on to the next speaker.
Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Mr. Ramu to give an MSME perspective of today's ecosystem and what needs to be done to boost defense production.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity to address this August gathering. I'm a founder and director at Leica Wireless. So it's a great opportunity. I see there are a lot of decision makers, officers who are present here, as well as industry colleagues who are present here. So it's a great opportunity to share our journey as a MSME, as a deep tech company, and probably give our perspective of how we can work with Indian defense in this journey of Atmanirbhar or Swavlamban. That vibrates very well with an entrepreneur, because an entrepreneur starts his journey first demonstrating that he's self-reliant, because he's able to take care of himself, he's able to take care of few team members, he's able to take care of confidence or trust of the investors, and he's able to build a team which produces a product, again wins the heart of customer. So it's a journey which is kind of talks about the Swavlamban, right? Self-reliance. So this is something which I feel this session is something which is very important for a MSME to touch upon our journey as a startups, tech startups, and how we can progress together. So next slide, please. So if you ask any entrepreneur, right, it becomes a very difficult task. If you ask somebody to share a journey, we'll have stories and sub-stories, and the time required is pretty long. So I've just taken 2 slides to go through this journey. So as a tech company, we have problem statement. Please go slow. Yeah. Problem statement and the commercial technology. So basically, generally what we do is we take up a problem statement which we want to solve, which is going to transform the society or to be solve a customer problem. So this can come from an agency like IDEX, or it can come from a commercially defined technology, which we start taking the journey. We build the team, we made sure the funds are allocated. It could be from the friends, it could be from savings, or it could be coming from agencies like IDEX. So finally, like we get into the development of hardware and software. Again, this is a huge intensity activity where we involve engineers who are highly qualified, skilled, who are going to come together to work as a team to build a product. So once the product is built, the question now is, how do I take it to the market? So the market is something which has been a challenge, and probably we have two startups today, CEOs of two startups. One is probably Sanjay Jaju, because he is a CEO of IDEX. I will always treat IDEX as a startup of startups, because they are forming a fabric where all of us are thread to that. We are trying to solve the technology problems of Indian defense industry. So the field trials is something which we are able to get opportunity to do the field trials with the help of IDEX. So this is something which I would always thank IDEX for this opportunity to provide us, where we could actually do our trials of our product on a naval ship. So then comes the building the prototype. Say generally the prototype building involves highly qualified engineers, and it is time consuming because there are many errors which is repetitive in nature. You have to solve these problems to make it worthy of selling, right? So the prototyping involves, it's a high cost affair, but once we mature this prototype, we enter into the phase called manufacturing, where we start producing in good number. So when you look at the overall timeline, right, blue color lines on the slide, they provide timeline for developing the product, which is actually completely inside the company, because the engineers, the managers, or the team is going to work hard to come up with a product. This, sure. Yeah, then comes the collaboration, where we have to work with the Navy or any user agency, where we have to take it together for field trials as well as making the prototype and taking all the way to the manufacturing. So in this phase, where we need a lot of support from the user community, because without which we'll not be able to make this journey faster. Because once we cross the stage, we have accumulated a huge amount of engineering team, which we have to sustain. So once there's a gap, so the question always, I'm not making progress reaching towards my goal, which is the manufacturing, producing in numbers. So I end up spending a lot of money towards managing this team, ensuring this team is sustained till we get that goal. So the key is now, the challenge is how do we accelerate the further stages of the product adoption. So this is one place where we need a lot of support. Next slide, please. Probably this is my last slide. Sure. Yeah, so actually here I would like to stress upon the importance of working with MSME and startups and tech company. Here, a problem statement starts with entrepreneur and founder, then comes the product architects who actually design the system, then comes the engineering team who makes it implemented, then the naval engineering, we're going to work with naval engineering to make it come with the problem statement, then we work with operations or naval field operations teams to actually create a use case, and then engineering support and manufacturing. So this entire ecosystem is created locally, right, by doing this journey. And as you go up in the ladder, we see the number of manpower required increases. So this is a true journey of Swavlamban, where we are creating a complete local ecosystem which we can actually depend upon whenever we want to create anything new in terms of, as CEO of IDEX, Sanjay Jaju mentioned, it's not about indigenization. Actually, we can look beyond indigenization by actually working together, joining hands, and walking the way together. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Ramu, for that very concise and informative talk. We are under severe constraints of time, so I will just touch on the highlights of his presentation. He also mentioned great relief of the industry, that there is assurance of funding for development, and the collaboration with the buyer during trials is an important factor in making sure success of the development process and accelerating the deployment. I'm afraid due to constraints of time, we are not going to be able to take any questions, but as Additional Secretary has said, that the Ministry has got an open door policy for industry now. All of you can take your questions to him later by email or whatever and get the answers or clarification that you require. just to sum up this session, the takeaways from here, I think one of the concerns of industry was budget availability. So there's a lot of emphasis that this is no longer going to be a constraint. The speed of from inception to fruition, I think there's a lot of stress at all levels upon improving the speed that have been created. The new organizations that have been formed are all aimed to bring together all the existing platforms and synergize them and move them forward towards quick fruition. One of the points that come out of this, all the sessions today, is that such meets perhaps have divided down to industry segments where manufacturers of a particular type of product get together with the concerned experts from ministry and services. They could yield better takeoff points for development process. With that, I thank you all for your attention and request the session chairman to conclude.
Thank you, sir. With that, all it remains for me is to thank the session chair and the panelists. I'll request the audience for a big round of applause.
May I request Real Admiral Srinivas to kindly hand over the seminar memento to the chairman. May I now request the chairman to present the seminar memento to the speakers, Shri Sanjay Jaju. Shri Jayant Patil. Shri Ramu T. Srinivasaiah. Shri Rajiv Rajpal. May I now request all the panelists for a group photograph, please? With this, we come to the end of the interactive sessions. May I request the esteemed panelists on the dais to kindly take a seat in the audience. I now call upon Shri Sharat Saxena to take the proceedings further.